and it's some are same people, those who we normally engage with, and then there are others who are students. So what I've done is a mixture of some new slides and also some slides that some of you would probably be seeing it for the umpteenth time. So to those of you who are quite familiar with the workings of Mapu and our function, please bear with us. But the others, I hope it is something new, and feel free to stop me if you have any questions. But I would prefer to take the questions at the end of the session, so that given the 1 hour time, I like to cover as much as possible. Otherwise, it'll just all be Q&A. I'm sure, especially if you have lots to ask. Right? I'll move on to hold on. Okay. Right, this is just a brief outline of what I plan to cover in this 1 hour. So under the topic ATIPSOM, I thought I'll start off with actually introducing NSO Mapu and also the Mapu Council and HLC. So you don't get mixed up with what's Mapu, what's NSO Mapu, what's HLC. And of course, I can't be talking of anti-trafficking in person efforts without making mention of the law and regulations in place. And how do the next, moving on to the operational mechanisms of the law, our law, the Malaysian law, right? To give you a brief overview, and also Mapu's all the initiatives and efforts that's undertaken by Mapu and NSO Mapu as well. And then the last part of it would be like, issues, challenges, and way forward. And I hope, if it's possible, to actually cover some real life experiences so that both the activists and yourself could also see where we are coming from, the challenges as a government. So hope that, this part would be, engaging for the activists. And moving on to NAPTIP. Well, just give you a background of the background information on the development of NAPTIP and just an overview of the NAPTIP. And really, if you look at the NAPTIP document, when I go through it, it's a very huge and comprehensive action plan, right? So I'll just take you through how to use the NAPTIP, how to utilize it, so you don't feel overwhelmed by it, and just give you a summary of the NAPTIP matrix, and hopefully it helps you in understanding what the NAPTIP is all about. Okay. So I'll start off with introducing you to really my office. Okay, if you look at this structure here, the organization chart really. So this office is headed by the Under Secretary, who is Puan Shuhaida binti Abdul Wahab Zain. She was at the launch. She had given the speech during the launch, if you all recall, and assisted by a Deputy Under Secretary. And we've got basically 4 units, and the unit that's really special is the Mapu Task Force. I'll explain a little bit about that, but before we go to that, so it's here in Mapu, it's really a small office. So we have like the legal unit, which basically comprises of like 2 officers, one from the AG chambers, and the other one is a assistant legal officer who assists the officer from the AG chambers. And then we have the publicity and prevention unit. So this unit basically oversees all collaboration with Ministry of Multimedia and Communications, all publicity activities, and also prevention really, but what they really handle is protection. So like communication with NGOs and shelter homes, right? And then the other unit that you see is policy and monitoring, and this unit is involved in assisting with the formulation of policies, and also regional meetings at ASEAN level, and international level participation comes from this unit. And also they are also in charge of data collection and the reporting to the US embassy for our ranking in the US TIP report. And then of course we have the general administration. Now I'll move on and focus a little on Mapu Task Force. So this really is a unique feature in the in this office. So we started this interagency task force was established in 2017. And at that point in time, it was only meant to be in place for a period of 6 months. However, it's lasted this long. In fact, right now the mandate is right up to 2022, right? So the whole idea of this Mapu task force is that so you can have better coordinated and integrated approach to enforcement, and with the hope of cutting red tapes and have better communication with the various enforcement agencies. So these are the enforcement agencies under the Mapu Council, Mapu Council, but also these are the enforcement agencies that is appointed under the ATIPSOM Act, Section 27. So here the representation in the Mapu task force is from, well, the police, the customs department, immigration. Immigration, in fact, we've got 3 officers here, and maritime, we've got 1. And Labour Department, it's myself representing the Labour Department, so I'm placed here. Next. So what the previous slide that we've actually just gone through, was the office, the NSO Mapu office, right? Or otherwise known as the National Strategic Office for the Mapu Council. And what you're looking at right now is the Council for Anti-Trafficking Persons and Anti-Smuggling of Migrants, or otherwise known as Mapu. So I just hope that I've clarified that Mapu is the office, really the secretariat office, and well, we do handle meetings also, but not the Mapu meeting. So when it comes to the Mapu meeting, our function and role is actually as the secretariat. All right. So the Mapu Council is chaired by the Secretary General of the Home Ministry, and he's the Mapu chairman. And the Mapu members consist of, the next slide, you'll get a better picture of all the members. What else do I want to say? So here you have the council meeting, and if you look above that, you see high level committee meeting. And that is the HLC, and that is chaired by the Minister of Home Affairs. So I've got another slide also to show you the difference. So, because this slide has got all those various meetings that that we have on a regular basis. So you've got the HLC meeting, which is chaired by the minister, then the council meeting, council here meaning Mapu council meeting, and prior to the council meeting, there's a pre-council meeting, and that's really all the different committees coming together and ironing out issues that they would like to take on to the council meeting. So that is basically to ensure that the smooth running of the council meeting. And the Mapu office is very involved in that, because we are a secretariat, but the council meeting is often not chaired by the chairman, but then by the deputy undersecretary of the Ministry of Home Affairs, right? And then move on to the Mapu Council also has got maybe you look before we move on to the next slide. There are various committees under the Mapu Council. As you can see, those 5 committees we have presently are Legislation Committee, Enforcement Committee, Care and Protection Committee, Media and Publicity Committee, and Special Committee to Combat Labour Trafficking. Well, actually forced labour issues. Sorry, there's a correction there. So these committees also have meetings. I can't say on a very regular basis, but as and when it's necessary. The same goes for Mapu as well as HLC meetings. So it would be great if we could have meetings on a more frequent basis, but that isn't really so the case at this point in time, because it involves a lot of coordination. Because as you can see in the next slide, this is the members of Mapu Council, all right? So as you can see, it comes from like so many different departments and different ministries and so forth. So, coordinating and ensuring the presence of all these members during the meeting is quite a challenge, all right? That's a challenge on NSO Mapu's part, all right? What I like to highlight here is, right, we also have civil society or organization and NGO representation in the Mapu Council. As you can see, you've got Suhakam there, NCWO, Tenaga Nita, and Global Shepherd Berhad. So representatives from CSO and NSO, right? But these are some of the more recent improvements to the structure. But I have a slide to take you through the journey of where we are now from where we started. Okay, apologies that this slide is in Malay, but for those of you who don't read BM, my apologies. But otherwise, all the information that you need to know of HLC is very well captured in this one slide. So so this is the HLC meeting. Meeting at high level committee. This is the high level committee meeting. So if you were to compare it with the Mapu council meeting, the real difference is who attends this meeting. So if in the Mapu council meeting, it's the head of departments and the secretary generals of ministries, but at the HLC meeting they do come as well. They are part of the HLC meeting as well, but more than that, really the membership is the ministers. So at this point in time, well, I could easily say it's close to like a quarter to a third of the cabinet members. So the whole idea of this HLC meeting is to take decisions, and whatever the Mapu councils bring forth to them, and then it has got a because of the representation is like from the ministers themselves, it is with the hope that it gets better attention to issues and easier consensus among the ministers. And therefore, if you were to take on the matter decided at HLC to the cabinet meeting, it is hoped that it would be easier to get a certain law or a certain policy passed. So that's basically the gist of it and the idea of the HLC meeting. So if you look on the right, top right-hand side here, we've not really had very regular meetings. In fact, after 2017, there's been quite a gap. It was also contributed by the change of government and yeah, in fact, in 20. Yeah, I think if I'm not wrong, it was 2020. We had already made our bookings for the venue. In fact, all invitations and has gone out, and we even we were supposed to run the meeting already, but it was a very 11th hour cancellation because the Prime Minister had to call on for something, so the ministers couldn't come. So I couldn't go on with a HLC meeting without the presence of the ministers. So it was called off. And then we were only able to have the next meeting early this year. So here you go. The last HLC meeting was held on the 31st of March. Okay. So NSO Mapu's function. These are some of our functions. All right. Really, our role and function is well, I can say it's manifold, but the main one would be functioning as a secretariat for Mapu and ensuring the mandate of Mapu is implemented through our help as the administrative secretariat office. So if you look at section, hold on, section 7 of the ATIPSOM Act. So it outlines the functions and powers of the council, and we assist the council in performing its functions. All right. So this is broadly what we do. So there's a lot of collaborative efforts with various stakeholders, and I'll just pause here to also highlight that we don't only deal with TIP issues, although TIP issues get more attention than some issues when we do engagement and so forth. But we also work with various stakeholders on some matters, smuggling of migrants. Right. So so collaboration is a big part of the work that we do here at NSO Mapu. Then we also do there's a lot of coordination involved in the implementation of the ATIPSOM Act. So because as you saw earlier, there are various enforcement agencies, and also you saw that we have NGO membership, and now we are reaching out to just not NGOs, but also like now with the university, tertiary education, higher learning institutes and business players, so that in order to ensure smooth running of all these collaborative efforts that we undertake, there need to be proper coordination. That, and then of course formulating policies and programs, initiatives, SOPs, and SOPs and other related documents. So policy formulation is the other aspect that we handle here in Mapu, and recommendation and advisory work. This too we do because we make recommendation to the government, which is really the higher authorities in the ministry, like either the ministries or the Secretary General. And we advise on issues of national interest and of issues that are of pressing concern. And of late, we all know that forced labor issues has been in the media and a lot of negative publicity for the country. So these are some things that we advise the government on, and what needs to be done, what should be the focus area, priority, and so forth. And lastly, if I may add, our functions, main roles and responsibility is just not limited to what's on the slide, but just to give you an idea of what we do. This is it, and also data collection is also a big part of what we do here. But right now we collect data in a very manual format, all right? So which is like getting data from the various enforcement agencies, because we need to have statistics, and we use these statistics to report to the US Embassy what are some of the apart from initiative and efforts, but in real numbers, like how many prosecutions for the year, how many prosecution actually resulted in successful conviction, and also like how many investigation was undertaken, and out of the investigation, how many of it relates to supposed sexual exploitation or forced labor, such things. So when we collect this data is very important. So we also would be able to see the trend, like victims, the vast majority of victims, which country they are coming for, and so forth. Okay, next slide. I'm just afraid that I might run out of time, so ask the assistance of the organizers just to prompt me 15 minutes before, so I can make sure that I could go through NAPTIP as well in 15 minutes. So here, this is the journey of how we have our ATIPSOM Act, how the ATIPSOM Act came to be. All right. So in pre-2017, or rather pre-ATIPSOM or ATIP Act, what we were handling trafficking issues through the various acts in place, such as the Immigration Act, Employment Act, Child Act, and so forth. But it's only in 2017 that the Anti-Trafficking Persons Act 2007 was tabled and passed in Parliament. At that point in time, what to know, it was just nearly ATIP. So there wasn't the SOM element. It was only later, okay, I will go on to 2010. It's only in 2010 that they expanded the Act to include SOM. So it was no longer, it was a First Amendment, it was no longer ATIP, it's now ATIP, and SOM is what you have got now. All right. And then it also included other components such as the labor exploitation, yes, SOM. With the inclusion of the labor exploitation element, that is how the labor officer also appointed as part of the enforcement enforcement agency, and also thereafter we have the committee on special committee on forced labor issues. So prior to that, we did not have that committee. So back in 2010 itself, we can see that we were already starting to see that forced labor is going to be of concern, and they've then included it, right? And the very first National Action Plan was unveiled in 2010, so it was for a period of 5 years, 2010 to 2015, and that, and then in 2015, second amendments to the ATIPSOM Act, and this time around in 2015, it's including the NGOs and CSOs as including them, and also having the HLC Mapu, what I had gone through earlier. So that whole part on HLC was introduced in 2015. All right, and inclusion of NGOs into Mapu Council. Then in 2016, there are no more amendments. So far we've had 2 amendments. And then in 2016, we introduced regulation. I think I think I have a slide to show the regulation. We've got 3 regulations. So the first regulation 2016, and then 2016, the second National Action Plan was unveiled, and that was for a period of 2016 to 2020. And then in 2017, we rectified the ASEAN Convention on TIP, or otherwise known with the acronym ATIP. And also another regulation was introduced in 2017, right? I have a different slide. We'll go through the 3 regulations in detail later. And 2018, introduction of special court for ATIP cases, so that we could ensure that, the ATIP cases are not delayed and it's not prolonged, so that there's like special attention just for ATIP cases. However, this is only this special court is only available for the Klang Valley cases, because it's not feasible in terms of resource allocation and for financial reasons to actually have special courts dedicated for ATIP alone in other parts, because really the number of cases we have, we don't have all that many cases at this point in time, which is also posed as a great challenge, because what the US TIP report wants to see is more prosecution, and that's the part that we are, I should say we're lacking in numbers. Okay, 2020 we introduced the National Guideline on Human Trafficking Indicators. So this is basically in line with section, Article 14 of the ATIP, where the convention says, where possible, together with NGOs, to have a national guideline on indicators, so that the understanding of indicators or signs is more uniform between the enforcement officer as well as the NGO, because at this point in time we have a lot of challenges, because what the NGO sees as a potential victim or a victim may not necessarily be so for the enforcement officers. We'll speak more about this later on, but the progress, really what I would like to share here is that we've now got our national guideline on human trafficking indicators, and now we are at 2020, and we've just unveiled the most recent action plan or next NAPTIP 3.0 for the next 5 years, and the third amendments to the ATIPSOM Act, we've just, the first reading was of the bill was tabled late last month, and we're bringing forth some amendments to the ATIPSOM Act, with the hope that with these amendments it would assist the enforcement officer to get more conviction, to ease in investigation of cases, because as we all know now, the threshold for coercion, for the element of coercion, it's too high a barrier for us to meet to get convictions. But forget convictions, but even for us to pursue a prosecution, to even take on the case. Oftentimes, a lot of our cases end at the IPO stage and does not progress to the PO stage. So with the amendments, we hope going forward we will be able to secure more convictions. And so basically these amendments is to expand the definition of coercion, and also to enhance the penalty for certain offences, and what else is there? Right, and also to include people with disabilities. If someone is to traffic a person with disabilities, then a different form of punishment, and to include that together with the children's provision, similar to that of trafficking in children or minors. I have got the bill that was tabled. I will share it with the organisers, both in English and Malay. So if any of you are interested to actually see what the whole of the amendment consists of, it's very useful, but I can't go through each and every one of it here. But it's good to know our journey, so we know where we're coming from and where we are heading, the direction. I mentioned we have 3 regulations under the ATIPSOM Act. So we have here 2016 2 regulation, permission to move freely and to work. So this is one regulation that covers 2 aspects, and then the other one is payment of allowance to traffic victims, and release of traffic victims is the other regulation. So the one on permission to move freely and to work, what we do is, right, once the victim is sent to the shelter homes, the protection officer, they gather 3 reports, which is basically the security report, the health report, and psychological concerns, a report on the psychological state of the victim. So with these 3 reports, they send it over to Mapu, and we ensure that the documents are in order and take it up to the council chairman, in order to grant them permission to move freely, and in the instances they are interested to work, we have a special form. And the NGOs or the protection officers in the shelter home, or what we call rumah perlindungan in Malay. So and this document is in a few languages, so that and this is also really an initiative by NSO Mapu, simply because a lot of the victims do not want to stay back to continue to work in Malaysia, because they're still very much traumatized, or they're still either they're traumatized or they've just lost faith. They don't know, they no longer trust the system, and they also have concerns of a second abuse and things like that, because they are still they've still not fully let go of their ordeal, their harrowing ordeal. So but for the USTIP report, we want to show there are more victims coming forward to work to work. So this is an initiative, and of late it's a lot. We do see the numbers slowly. We see a rise in the numbers of those who like to stay back, but so far it is only in the area of domestic helps. Yeah, so that's that. The reason why we got to do this is, right, we have to understand this is in line with the idea of seeing the victims really as victims and not criminal. So they may not have the proper documents, and at the point they were saved and so on. So in order to legalize their being in Malaysia, these documents are necessary. So after they get this permission to move freely and to work, we send this we request for special pass from the immigration department, that is to legalize their stay pending their case. All right. So payment of allowance to traffic victim is just a stipend paid to the victims, 120 ringgit per month. In the event that they were brought in middle of the month or any other day, it will be prorated according to when did they actually receive the IPO, the PO. Okay. So release of traffic victims, this is ensure safe repatriation of the victims. Right. So I had already mentioned this pre 2207 this is how we used to enforce, in fact, and even right now, as I had mentioned earlier, we know it's hard to get conviction, it's hard to pursue a prosecution. So what we do is like we can't just let go of these perpetrators go scot-free. So what we try to do in the event that we are unable to meet those different elements of trafficking, where the DPP feels that, this is not a strong case for them to take on. So what we do is, right, at the very least, we want to ensure these people are still penalized, either through the Immigration Act, Passport Act, Employment Act, or any one of these. So what has gained some traction in the last year or so is really Workers' Minimum Standard of Housing and Amenities Act 1990. I think we could do a lot more work on private employment agencies because the issue of recruitment fee and so forth is often discussed. But right at this point in time, we don't have that many cases, that was prosecuted under this act, unlike the Workers' Minimum Standard of Housing and Amenities. But that also partly due to the fact that, it's a new act, not a new act, an old act, but expanded to all sectors. Previously, it was only limited to mining and plantation. So now it covers all other sectors as well. And so we've had quite a bit of IPs under this act, and also very much contributed by the fact that we are in a pandemic, and ensuring social distance is so crucial to safeguarding lives. But at the same time, it's like killing two birds with a stone. You're ensuring that the migrant workers get better housing, and they no longer placed in very deplorable types of housing, and at the same time also being able to comply to the SOPs, the health COVID related SOPs. Apart from this, what we've done also is we have SOP for enforcement and victim care and protection. In fact, the victim care and protection SOP was just very recently launched last week. When was that? Yeah, last Thursday and Friday there was a conference, and it was launched then. But whereas for the SOP on enforcement, it's always been it's been there for a while. But what we do is like we review the document quite frequently, so to ensure that it is reflective of current changes and so forth. And then the NGHTI, which I had already explained, the National Guideline on Human Trafficking Indicators, and the NAPTIP now 3.0. I will go in detail in my later slides. So at the international, so what we had gone through earlier was the domestic level legislation and national level, and here for international instruments we've signed and ratified the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, or otherwise known as UNTOC. And we've also acceded the protocol to the convention, which is protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children, and the active ASEAN Convention Against Trafficking in Persons, especially women and children, which also been signed and ratified, right? So because we have rectified and given our commitment at international to embrace this law, we have to ensure the domestic legislation are reflective of our commitment at international level. And that is why if you look at this in 2002, 2004, we've rectified, and 27 is when we first introduced the ATIP Act. Okay, and thereafter we saw the evolution of the Act. Okay, I will not go through what the various elements of the offense of trafficking, because I'm sure by this point in time many other speakers would have gone through, and due to, in the interest of time, I'll skip that. But in any event, you still require that. I've got the last two slides. It's a summarized version of what are the elements and what are the difference between TIP and SOM, so you could just go through on your own, because I'd rather spend this time sharing what we do, and something that you probably can't get just through your own reading. So this is a very this is is a good slide to really share with you. What is the process really like in implementing the ATIPSOM Act? So really, it's already numbered. I'll take you through the processes very quickly. It starts off with us receiving information either from the NGOs or CSOs, which is really what you would consider passive information gathering, because we did not actively go and seek the information. So an active form of seeking information or a possible case would be through inspection. Suppose a labor officer goes for an inspection, and during the inspection, during the course of the inspection, he or she is to realize that something is amiss, and then they've seen things are not very in order, and a lot of indicators that are signs to a possible trafficking case. Okay, you could then consider it. Okay, now you've got a case, and then you could start planning for a rescue, for a raid and rescue operations. So between the limb how shall I call this? From 1 to 2, the process between 1 to 2, what you do not see is really the challenge. And I like to pause a while to share some food for thoughts. While it looks so simple from receiving information to rescue, what really goes on behind the thing is so much more. So it's when we receive a complaint, right? We've got to verify the complaint and ensure that those complaints are really something that relates to it and not some other forms of offense. So this is so much more easier said than done, because you got to draw that balance. You see, you cannot be saying every complaint that you get is not a tip unless and until you fully and thoroughly go through a rigorous investigation process. But the fact is, we do not have the resources, as you saw earlier. For instance, Task Force Mapu is just about a mere 9 hours or so, and even the other enforcement agencies, they have their other core functions as well. So this should never be a reason that we do not undertake an investigation or an operation. But however, we want to best utilize limited resources. So what we do is really we verify. And also we on our own go on to do some surveillance, some intelligence gathering is done. So we group ourselves to go gather evidence. So initial evidence gathering through surveillance. So it could be in form of just going to that particular complaint area, the address, to check out whether is it similar to what has already been complained in terms of, like, say, the building, and then also to understand, like, where is the entrance, the exit, and so forth. So when you actually run the operations, right, it is successful, because I can share with you, we've had instances, right, we never got the address right. So oh yeah, okay, it's already 9:15. Oh my goodness me. Okay, so these are some of our, thank you for prompting me, right? So what we've got here is, so I just felt that I should share this one, the background thing that goes on, because it's not so simple as just wanting to go and rescue. There's a lot of work that got to be done, from the planning of the operation to the number of officials to actually understanding the rescue mission would actually involve how many victims, or likely how many victims, because whether you're saving a single person or a group of 50 people, the manner and the preparation would vary so much. All right. So suppose you'd run the raid and rescue operation and it was successful, then you move on to the next step, where you go get the interim protection order. But prior to that, you need a medical screening as well. And then only you send a medical screening, and now with COVID, there's additional screening, which is the COVID screening, and then you send them to the shelter home. And in the 21 days, you complete the rest of your investigation. You record your statements, go get other related perpetrators who could, or witnesses, and probably you want to offer some of them to be prosecution witness and so forth. So all this is done within the 21 days. You've got to complete your investigations by then. And then, Once that is done, you take this your IP to the DPP, and you get the DPP's instruction really whether, okay, is this investigation paper good enough to go for a prosecution. Suppose the DPP feels yes, this is good enough, we will pursue will pursue the prosecution, will prosecute the perpetrator. Then you go get the PO, protection order. Right? In the event the DPP feels, oh no, we can't, so we will send them, release them to gym and send them back to their home countries. Or and this part here, what we do is sometimes not sometimes, most of the time, really, at the very least, we pursue prosecution under the Immigration or Employment Act. So suppose it is really going to go on as an ATIP case, then you pursue with the freedom of movement, what I had already explained, and permission to work in the event they would like to work. And then when the case and while the case is ongoing, while the trial is ongoing, what we do is we run meetings here, which is the VAC and CMC meeting. This is basically administratively to ensure that we expedite cases. So suppose the court, the prosecutors tell us that, oh, the court, this victim has such an issue, and it would be good if the court could grant an early date, because previously we had requested a postponement, but the reason being so these are all done administratively. So the representative from the court also attends this meeting, so they can take it on and give a better date. So this is really to ensure that we don't want the victim to stay on and feel further traumatized and so forth. These are all some of the initiatives in place. And when the and also in the victim will not need to stay on until the whole of the case is completed. They can leave after giving their evidence. In the event the perpetrators are not found, what we'll do is pursue the case through a recording of the deposition by the victim, and they can leave. All right. So these are some of our initiatives, some of which I've already gone through as I was speaking with you, like the court. Training and capacity building is so important because unlike other offences, ATIP is something very complex, and also the fact that our law has set such a high threshold makes it so much more difficult, and we need that empowerment for the enforcement officers, and also both prosecutors and the court, to really understand what is ATIP and how to use it in the right context, because sometimes this is what we are lacking. So there are continuous training and capacity building, all right, for enforcement to improve the rate of investigation, prosecution, the numbers. Well, and then there are prosecutors dedicated prosecutor at state level. Each state has got 2 prosecutors assigned just to handle tip matter. So you don't have to wait in line to see the prosecutors, because there are DPPs who are in charge of tip matters. So these are also some of the initiatives. So care and protection, well, we've got shelter home. They run lots of activities there. So what we want, and it really depends on the duration of the stay. The longer they stay, they could better learn languages. Or basic skills development training, like how some of which, like I was told, basic computer classes, how to be a nanny, things like that. And and recently massage, training given. So when they leave, they will still be able to do take on other types of job. And the other thing that I would like to share, VAC and CMC meetings, I had already explained, is basically to expedite cases. VAS, or what is known as Victim Assistance Specialist. So this was an initiative by NSO Mapu, emulated from the US concept. So what we do is, while the enforcement officers are busy gathering evidence and filing documentation and getting the IPO and PO, on the psychological, emotional aspect of the victim, the VAS can handle and provide such support to the victim. So that's the whole idea. So we initially started with two victim assistance specialists, but we've expanded the program and now we have got like about 6 or 7 VAS. So for prevention and public awareness, we work with Ministry of Multimedia and
Miss
Communication. Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to remind you, I have 8 more minutes until the next session starts. And also there are some questions for you to look at as well, if that's possible.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the questions yet, but right. Yeah, maybe I'll take an additional 5 or 10 minutes because we had started a little bit late as well, you know. But I'll try to make it. I'll try to conclude soon. But I need to at least run through very quickly the NAPTIP, right? Because these are two huge topics in an hour, it's quite a challenge for me to keep to the time. As it is, I'm already bad at keeping to time, right? So okay, moving on back to prevention. Thank you very much, Alia, by the way. Yeah. So yeah, prevention and awareness. So these are some of those prevention activities we do, like we have radio interviews. So you can just go through this slide. And smart partnership. So is what I had already explained when I mentioned when I spoke about the roles and responsibilities of NSO Mapu and Mapu. Right, these are all nothing. I just wanted to show some of the headings that we see in the newspaper about our forced labor situation in the country, tip situation in country, and it is really well, for lack of word, I should say embarrassing. Really, it's such negative publicity for the country. And can you imagine? This is in 2019 that you would find someone chained in this state. I mean, when you think of, like, will you call it modern slavery? Does this look like modern slavery? It looks like years back, but it's only in 2019 and it is still happening in Malaysia. So it's very, you know, it is sad. Okay, so these are some, you know, the recent issues we had with US Customs and Border, you know, the ban on our goods. And while some of them have already been, the WRO has already been revoked, it's still negative publicity because once you have that, once the WRO once the WRO is imposed, you know, it's at that point in time itself, you know, it's too late. Even though later on you go on to, you know, work at improving whatever areas that you needed to improve. So, and the other sad thing is, right, we cannot be waiting for, like, you know, Australia or EU or UK or the US to come and tell us, hey, look, get your act right. You know, it must want to come from us, really, and us is just not the government, but also the industry players, business, the business organizations. You know, we can't do it alone. Okay. So issues and challenges. I really wanted to, you know, spend some time to speak on this, but I believe I did so earlier. But you know, these are some of the real issues and challenges we face, like communication barrier. And you're talking of communication, just not like a conversational. Sudah makan, okay, and that also is Malay. So suppose in Vietnamese or Nepalese language, it's not like, hey, oh, have you eaten? You know, you slept well. It's not that kind, but really getting facts out. You know, so you got to a certain degree understand or be able to communicate in a language that they are familiar with, they are comfortable to say things, because you're taking it's part of the legal process, really, also. And we know how lengthy the legal process could be, and added with our coercion and the gap in law, we don't have really forced labor as an offense. But well, I think the next speaker will speak to you more about the introduction of forced labor in the Employment Act. So prosecution and enforcement, as I mentioned earlier, you know, the numbers are just not there. So capacity building. And here I just stop. I like to share with you resources. You know, the fact is, right, no government in the world will have enough resources to handle all these things alone. And that is why it is so important, and I cannot emphasize more on the need for preventive measures, you know, prevention. And prevention is really people understanding what is tip and what they can do about it before it even happens. You know, it is, you know, your yeah. So and victim identification, like I mentioned, that victim identification, because to actually, one of the things that often comes out in the USTIP report is how the enforcement or government always conflates victim with party, or the irregular migrants. Party here is like pekerja asing tanpa izin, right? Okay, next. Okay, this is way forward. So really, all that we are doing will continue to pursue all ongoing efforts, but on top of that, the real focus will be NAPTIP 3.0, all right? And NAPTIP, I'll take you through NAPTIP 3.0 very quickly. So this is our, it was launched on 31st March 2021 by the minister. So that link there is, you'll be able to get the whole document, the NAPTIP document, but in any event, I've already shared with the organizers, okay? So this is how we developed the NAPTIP. So the NAPTIP had like so many sessions. So all in, we had 21 sessions, but really the foundation or the start was initiated during the very first national conference, where recommendations were already taken into consideration. And the technical working group comprised of all this that you see, all those little symbols that you see, all right? Okay. So this is just a comparison between the previous NAPTIP and the current NAPTIP. And really, if I could tell you, this single slide will show you all of what NAPTIP really is about. So you've got these new elements from what we didn't have before, which is the vision. So and the vision, I think you can read all these things. So what I like to show is the guiding principles, right? So use whatever you see in red, it wasn't there. So these are addition to what wasn't there, right? And this current NAPTIP, right, is very comprehensive. It's really a very elaborate and an extensive document, okay? So the whole idea here is, I would just want to share with you, how can you best utilize this NAPTIP, because there is no way anybody is going to remember all 77 outputs and all activity. So really the whole idea is to understand how you can best use this document. And for that, we got to look at it in the form of you got to base it on the pillars, all right? So there are 4 pillars in the NAPTIP document, which is a prevention, prosecution, enforcement, protection, partnership. And it's worth mentioning that it is good if you remember prevention is P1, P2 is prosecution, and so forth. That's simply because the whole document is anchored on these 4 pillars, and everything else will come off the pillars. So I'll take you through the next slide to make you understand how do you use this thing. So there's a lot of overlap in this document, and please do not feel overwhelmed when you see this document, because when you really go through the document, well, some of you may actually be underwhelmed then. But anyway, so as I mentioned, it's anchored on these 4 pillars, and there are guiding principle, program areas, and specific objective, outputs, and activity. So for instance, let's just look at goal 1. So it relates to strategic pillars P2 and P3, and so I said, like, it helps for you to remember what is P2. So P2 is prosecution and enforcement. So you can understand where it's taking you next, all right? So this I simply, if you see the star sign there, specific objective 11, 12, and there are different ways you could use the NAPTIP, but then, as I said, it's anchored on the pillars. So if you go through the pillars, you'll be able to pick out the various activities, outputs, and so forth under a pillar. But in the case of like the university and business players, right, it's too broad, prevention and prosecution. So program areas, so you could do it through program areas, and that's exactly what I did. So I picked out program areas that relates to business players, as well as university, like Nottingham University. So like you can see, I have highlighted each specific objectives 11, 12, and so in this case, this is program area 5. So the program area and the goal corresponds with each other, all right? So this is also the other way you could actually pick out the kind of activity or output that would involve your organization, okay? Because this document, I'm sorry I forgot to mention, but it really takes a whole of nation approach. So everyone has got a role and can play a role, because that's how elaborate and comprehensive this document really is, all right? So for you to actually know where you can come and contribute really, so you could pick out, you know, a Control F function through in the document that later I will share. So this is the other one, specific objective 28 under program area 8. Well, I'm not reading out, we don't have time, but as you can see. So even, and here you can look at the primary pillar. Primary pillar 4, it is under partnership. So I hope you are able to follow. So this is really a snapshot out of the document. So if you look at the strategic pillar, it comes down to specific objective, and each specific objective could have several outputs and numerous activities. All right, and the activities have indicators and who the activity is who is accountable for that activity, and what is the timeline to achieve that particular activity. All right. So this is how you should be able, this is how the NAPTIP document is outlined. And if you look at the right hand side, so it also says here, okay, it links to goal 3, and you see S9 here. So this S9 is specific objective 9. So this, because you see under the program area, it has got several specific objectives. So all in, you've got 34 specific objectives. But I'll tell you what, don't bother yourself with the numbers, but just understand how can you best use this document. Okay, so that's the idea. So this 9 there merely means it's a specific objective 9, but it's one on the pillar of strategic pillar 1, prevention. So this is the other one. I purposely, on purpose, picked out a specific objective 28, which specific objective 28. Specific objective 28. Okay, so that was under the pillar of primary pillar of partnership. So look at it here, specific objective here, and on the left hand side you see number 4. So it is specific objective number 4 on the primary pillar of partnership, but it is actually specific objective number 28. And what is the output? Okay, student, this is the output, and is that the only output? There are other output as well. So what relates to your organization? So like I mentioned, there are over 100, close to 200 activities, and it's impossible for you to know know offhand really what are the activities. Even by the time you go through the first few, you could have like you could have forgotten something, and also it interrelates so much, and I must admit there's a lot of overlap. This is almost a KPI of all enforcement agencies plus CSO and other organizations. Okay, so this is another sample which was like I picked up from the program area because it relates and to business players, universities, you know, right. We're coming to the end of the presentation already. So what I would like to, I had spoken about the various committee under the Mapu, but what is special about the NAPTIP is that we have got all the 5 committees, and over and above that, we have the monitoring and evaluation committee, and that is led by this office and also Mapu. And while the other committees will look into the implementation and operational aspects of the NAPTIP, NSO Mapu will look into, will monitor the progress and evaluate the progress of the NAPTIP. And why is this so important? Because all of us know that every law, every policy, every document, the best of it all is only as good as its implementation. All right. So this is a summary of the NAPTIP activities documents, and also if you look at this, you'll be able to see how many outputs per pillar and specific and so forth. So maybe you could spend a little time digesting this particular slide. But yeah, that's it. Right? Okay, because I just took an additional 6 minutes. So I had promised you those additional slides. I'll not go through this because they'll be able to read it, and I'm sure other speakers would have also shared the same information with you. Right? Okay, I'll try to look at some of the questions. or if you somebody could, if you have any question, perhaps you could unmute and ask, because there's just been so many, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to miss it. So if any one of you, have that, feel so eager that you should ask a question, please feel free to do so. Or the Miss Alia, perhaps you want to take one or two questions, because from what is already what's there, I may take on those questions. I don't hear you.
Mr. Alex, we can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Alex, I see.
Thank you for the lengthy what we call elaboration on the ATIPSOM matter. May I know, Lazuli, which particular
Yes.
department of the Mapu are you from? Are you from the public?
I'm from a labor officer, Mr. Alex.
Okay. So basically, I have many bad experience, for the failure of prosecution by this Mapu. And then actually your lecture is actually very lengthy. However, it's actually like I think probably most of the participants want to know is actually probably like in 2 sentences, what are you trying to convey here? And then what I see is actually in the Mapu itself, it sounds very comprehensive and sound very what we call on the paper. When it comes to the enforcement side, I see that multiple agencies are not communicating with each other. For example, in police department, they are only focused, especially the D7, they are focusing on how to prosecute for the criminal offense, while the immigration is actually looking into the immigration violation. And the labor what we call officer is trying to look into the labor relation matter, but it doesn't synchronize into the what we call the human trafficking issue that we are looking at. And then at this moment is actually I look at the what we call the human trafficking element is not actually converged by all these agencies, as they are not communicating to get in one accord. And then what I can see is actually like the main failure is actually because every agency has their own KPI to achieve. For example, police department, they keep their own database. Immigration keep their own database. So I have actually as far as this what we call the outcome is concerned, shouldn't be this Mapu itself be just what we call a single agency itself, rather than having so many multiple agencies with so many KPI to achieve, because everybody have their own goal to achieve. And then the other part is actually like in terms of the what we call in terms of the what we call the 4P that you mentioned, prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnership, right? Actually, this particular element is very good look on the paper. But when you look into the partnership between the government agency, how much do you think that you guys are achieving the common KPI there? So this is actually like because we have the case, for example, right? Couple years back, there was a bird nest case. There's no prosecution on the human trafficking, even though there are also element of the indicator of the forced labor as well as the deception that fulfill many of the component of the human trafficking. And then for the recent year, last 2 years, the cleaning services company, which is actually all of these companies are based in Klang, because I personally involved in these cases. And I see that actually like eventually the what we call the culprit is actually like is walking free, no further action taken by any of the agency. And then the worst part is actually what's happening is actually victim when they identify as what we call as a labor relation matter, because they hold the work permit, even though they were actually like they fulfill the what we call the element of the human trafficking element. So this victim, once already like when the public prosecutor said you are not the human trafficking victim, they immediately been victimized and then put into the immigration detention center. So the shelter that Mapu provide only cater for those very clear-cut human trafficking. But those transformed human traffic victims, they are actually being victimized in the detention center. Some are, in fact, I have one from one cleaning company. He was actually like brought in, deceived, brought in to work as a cleaner, but on the very first day, he was forced to work as a domestic worker, and then sold for an amount of 20,000. So basically, after reported the case, immigration took the raid, and then she was in the detention center for more than a year. And probably, I'm not sure whether she has already gone back or still in the detention center. So perhaps this could, I just hope that perhaps this particular matter could actually come out to the surface to bring the attention of what we call of the Mapu itself, not to victimize the victim. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Alex, well, thank you so much for pointing out some of the things that you have said. Well, I'm not going to sit here and deny what you have said, simply because there's a lot of truth to what you say. But what I would like to do is, right, to tell you that I have already mentioned our constraints, our limitations, and our challenges, right? It's not that we're not doing something about it. We are trying, we are working at improving things that's not so correct at this point in time. And yes, we fall short of the expectations of activists and NGOs, and we are not the best of agencies when it comes to coordination. But having said all that, right, you also have to understand, right, which you also have correctly pointed out that, you know, those various enforcement agencies have their different KPIs. You know, I wanted to spend a little bit more time talking on the challenges and issues because I had anticipated this because I followed yesterday's session. However, because of time constraint, couldn't go through more with it. So yeah. Let's take immigration, for instance, all right? What has been fundamentally or traditionally the role of immigration officers? Border control, ensuring that someone is in the country legally. And really what I'm saying here is the traditional and core function of the immigration officer. And really now they are included as one of the enforcement officers, enforcement agencies for ATIP. Okay, ATIP. But ATIP is very different from handling irregular migrant. So now it requires the whole department and individuals in the department, the officers and those investigating officers and so forth, to now from seeing them the lens of a criminal to look at them as a victim. And even though we are promoting a victim-centered approach to investigation, it does not always translate to that in implementation. It is an ongoing effort, and that is why again I'm saying we are continuously having capacity building programs and trying to educate the enforcement officers to contextualize the offense and not be so fixed in their thinking. And yeah, but you see, these are kind of changes that will not happen overnight, and that's the reality of the situation. And it be helpful if NGOs understand that and partner with us where possible. Where can we work with all NGOs? You know, we want to see the situation in the country improving, because eventually the repercussions of forced labor or TIP is also to the country, and you and I are going to face that as well. But having said all these things, I will at no point deny what you have said. We can improve, that's for sure. There's always room for improvement, that goes without saying. But asking Mapu to take on the roles and negate every other function of the, you know, those various enforcement agencies, it's not possible, because other forms of crimes will continue to happen, and you need the police to look to see to those other aspects as well. So this is a challenge, just not for Malaysia, but ours is probably amplified by the fact that, you know, the massive number of foreign workers we have, you know, the leakages in the system. These are all real problems that we are facing. Yep. So I'll stop there. But you know, if you like to discuss, perhaps in a different forum, because we don't have much time. I know I cannot give you a satisfactory answer because you're an activist and you are very well versed with the issues and all. But as a government representative and in my capacity as a government representative, of course, this I have to I hope that I've brought forth the challenges that we are facing. But I must tell you, I do agree with you that the enforcement and the government will have to wake up and smell the coffee, because the problem is not going to solve by itself. And we really need tailored responses and more focus and priority. But this is not a matter that I or you can do it individually. So that's why we have the NAPTIP, using a whole of nation approach. So let's just come together and play our part and hope in the long run things will improve and we'll see a change. So that's it. I'm not sure if the organizers want to take on other questions.
Maybe if you don't mind, just one more.
Yeah, sure. I'm good with it.
Audrey and 𝗣𝗿𝗁. I'm not sure who is first. Audrey?
Yeah, sorry, thanks. I'll just do a very quick one. Thanks, Ms. Lazuli. Actually, you've had a really comprehensive presentation. I've not seen one that's so, like a historical and comprehensive overview. So that's really helpful for me and my colleagues as well. And I'm just interested to know for the NGHDI that you mentioned, has it been shared widely yet? And would that be shared anytime soon? And we're just really interested to incorporate that in our work. And the other thing I was going to say is that you mentioned that a lot of the data gathering is still done very manually. Is that something that perhaps Mapu will be interested to partner with with an NGO to provide assistance with that, especially given, I think, NAPTIP 3.0, like you mentioned, Mapu will be doing most of the M&E. So that's something that we're interested in as well. And I'll be happy to talk to you more about that if that's something you're interested in. Thanks.
Right, thanks, Ms. Audrey C. Yeah, so the NGHDI right now, the document is in English and that is available. But at this point in time, we are only sharing it with the enforcement officers. In fact, even they haven't got the BM version of it, so that's just in a table form. But we haven't got the clearance to share it with other organizations, so it's still very much circulated only internally at this point in time. Okay. Thank you so much for your offer to work with us on digitalizing the NAPTIP for M&E purposes. Something I did not mention is that we are already working on this area. So we've brought all the enforcement in the various departments, and what we're trying to do is, and in fact, it's one of the outputs of this NAPTIP is to have a data collection. A platform where we could all have this various data and what we would like to call it e-Mapu. So hopefully by the end of the NAPTIP period, we will then have our own database. But you could always reach out to our office. I've given my email, but otherwise you go to the directory you'll get, and you just feel free to drop us an email and we can take it from there. And thank you so much for your offer to work with us. Yes. I'm sorry. I think, Mr. Alex, I forgot to tell you something, and also for the benefit of all other participants as well. Right now, Mapu, we have just initiated a new project, what we call it as FLNTIP, forced labor not amounting to human trafficking. As we all know and understand, there's this gap. Some cases do not fall into does not become a human trafficking case, although there are clear indicators. Because if you understand our law, there's this particular gap. So we've initiated this project, and we've got one ongoing case where we are trying to work on. Mr. Alex, you mentioned people being sent to the detention center because they do not get the PO, because we do not pursue a prosecution. So this is one area that we're trying to work out and see how we can better improve this particular aspect. So it's still at the very initial stages. Yes, I see.
Okay. I'm so sorry to intervene, but I think we have to stop it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, 1 hour is too short a session, but I hope
It's been a very enlightening session. And there were so many questions to you. We apologize to the participants. We couldn't take them all up, but rest assured that we will take note of all of them. And probably, Ms. Yanti, we will be able to pass you some of the questions so you can familiarize yourself with what the grievances are, although I'm sure you know most of them. Thank you so much for your time and for your expertise. We'll have to pass on this to the next speaker for today. So again, thank you so much, Ms. Lazuli, and
thank you,
𝗣𝗿𝘁, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, so or Alia, would you like to take this up? Okay. I guess Alia is having some microphone problem. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Noor Haryantie. She's a Principal Assistant Secretary at the International Division of the Ministry of Human Resources. We've been so much looking forward to MOHR joining us on this. So I guess there's I'm not going to take up so much of your time. You can familiarize yourself with Ms. Yantie's bio from the poster, and I'll just pass on the mic to her. Ms. Yantie, are you here?
Hi, thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so please inform me if there are difficulties in hearing me on my end, because sometimes the network here is intermittent.
Okay, so far so good.
Yeah, signal to me if you can't hear me. I apologize for not being able to join from the very beginning of today's program. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening, everyone. I am Haryantie from the International Division of the Ministry of Human Resources, here to share on the National Action Plan on Forced Labour, or known to us as NEPFL. First and foremost, I see a lot of familiar faces, and what I will share today might sound a little bit repetitive from what I've shared in various sessions, but I hope all of you can bear with me. This is for the benefit of those who were not able to join in those sessions. Can somebody share my slide? Or should I
Yeah,
because
sure.
I'm having difficulties to share it on my end. If I were to share the slide, then I won't be able to do the video. The line will get to
it's okay, we will share it. Thank you.
Okay,
just give us a
Thank
second.
you so much. So the content of my presentation today is pretty simple. I hope I can keep to the allocated time, because I only have until 10:30. For today, I have another meeting after. So I will focus a little bit of an overview on forced labor issue, and then perhaps touch a little bit on the government's initiative, because Ms. Lazuli has touched so much on that. So I'll just go very briefly, and then I will zoom in into the National Action Plan on Forced Labor itself. So perhaps while waiting for the slides to be shared, well, ladies and gentlemen, if I can draw your attention into the very definition of forced labor, whereby Malaysia has ratified the International Labour Organization ILO Convention on Forced Labor, C29, in which the definition actually emphasizes on 4 elements. This is what we try to include in our amendments to the Employment Act. The 4 elements is all work or services, which is derived or exacted from any person, irrespective of their immigration status or their nationality, under a threat of a penalty, and for which that person has not offered himself or herself voluntarily. So these are the 4. These are the 4 main principles of the definition of forced labor. Can we please go to the 3rd slide? Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. I believe this has been shared by Mr. Lazuli also, but I would just to highlight the fact that when, previous slide. previous slide, please. Okay, yes. So, but I would just like to highlight the fact that in Malaysia, when we talk about or discuss about forced labor issues, it is frequently associated with labor exploitation, modern slavery, and trafficking in person. And in most cases, they often occur to the most vulnerable segment of workers, which are the migrant workers, especially undocumented migrant workers. So as of now, in the country, we have more than 1.1 million documented foreign workers. This has undergone contraction due to pandemic COVID-19, whereby before the pandemic, we have about 1.8 to 1.9 million documented foreign workers in the country. Now, when we look at forced labor, of course, the ones that has been receiving the most attention is from the US, Custom and Border Protection through the withhold release orders, from the US Department of Labor through the International ILAB International Labor Affairs Bureau of International Labor Affairs, where Malaysia is included in the TVPRA list of goods and products made by forced labor or child labor, as well as from what Ms. Lazuli has shared from the US State Department in terms of their annual Trafficking in Persons report. Now, although these are unilateral assessment by the United States of America on Malaysia, but then again, as of late, various countries as well as various other international fora has begun to call for a more serious attention on the issues of forced labor in Malaysia. Most recently, Canada has imposed a sanction for rubber glove. I think the Supermax or Smart Glove, I can't remember, but Canada has imposed a sanction to Malaysian products. And then I think yesterday or the day before, British has stopped their contract with the ATA, the company that supplies parts for the Dyson product from the British. So this is where all of this news, all of this allegation has had a negative impact on business operations in Malaysia and the country's image as a whole. Next slide, please. Sorry, can we go to the next slide? Doctor, sorry, can we go to the next slide, please?
Yeah, Alia, it's with Alia.
Okay. So the next slide shows the ada slide tak yang dah print? I think that.
Yeah. Miss Yanti is here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. I think there were a slide before this one. Is on the initiatives of the government. I think there's a slide on the, okay, this one. So again, I shall not touch on all of this. What I wish to highlight is our most recent initiative, which is on the Working for Workers mobile app. I hope all of the participants that are present here today can take time to look into this app, because this app allows for anyone, workers, employers, civil society organizations, and basically any party to file complaint in 17 categories, which corresponds to the 11 indicators of forced labor. Next slide, please. Okay, so when I talk about forced labor indicators, these are the 11 forced labor indicators developed by the ILO, and on the right side is the domestic legislation that has provisions to cater for these forced labor indicators. If you can see here, in terms of the indicators on abuse of vulnerability, deception, restriction of movement, isolation, physical and sexual violence, intimidation, and threats. Now, these are all taken under the provisions of ATIPSOM as well as the Penal Code, whereas under the Ministry of Human Resources under the Employment Act, Minimum Standard of Housing and Amenities Act, as well as Private Employment Agencies Act. Now, the provisions under this domestic legislation actually caters for the indicators in terms of withholding of wages, debt bondage to an extent, abusive working and living condition, as well as excessive overtime. Next slide, please. Okay, before I go in depth to the National Action Plan on forced labor, I wish to highlight that when we talk about forced labor, there are actually 3 action plans that are directly linked to it. As Ms. Lazuli has kindly shared on the NAPTIP, I'm not going to go into detail on that, but that's the element of labor exploitation inside NAPTIP, in which some of the activities and might overlap. The government of Malaysia, through the Legal Affairs Division under the Prime Minister's Department, is also in the midst of developing a National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, whereby it has a specific thematic area on labor. And again, I implore you not to look at this as it being redundant. Instead, look at it as it being in complementarity between one and the other. I understand that there are questions in the chat. I hope I can go to the questions later, because it keeps popping up. So it's sort of, but it's okay. I'll go to the questions later if that is okay with everyone. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So again, before I go directly to the NAPFL itself, allow me to also share and highlight the process that the Ministry of Human Resources have undertook leading up to the launching of the National Action Plan on Forced Labor. So the process began as early as December 2018, whereby we have worked with the International Labour Organization, ILO, through the Bridge project to undertake a background study on the development of the NAPFL. This background study, we hope to provide a little bit of an insight. We wanted to develop a national action plan specifically on forced labor, but we don't want to go into it without having some sort of a baseline into what are the current gaps, what are the current situation of forced labor in the country. So that is where the background study has provided inputs that served as a sort of a baseline to the development of the National Action Plan itself. So after the background study, we have had multiple consultations throughout the country, including a specific one in Sabah and Sarawak. And then we have had various level of national level consultation, in which most of the participants that are present here today are also involved in those processes. And the final national level consultation was done on 14 October. And we have also officially launched the National Action Plan on Forced Labor on 26 November by the Honorable Minister of Human Resources. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is an overview of the National Action Plan. If you can see from the previous session by Ms. Lazuli, it's pretty much similar, because it is purposely made to be streamlined with one another. Because when we talk about forced labor, it is, I mean, depending on your school of thoughts, some might say that it is a subset of trafficking in persons. Some might say that it is the bigger picture. Trafficking in person is one subset of it. But all of this just resulted into one common understanding, is that forced labor and trafficking in person are should be addressed and tackled hand in hand. Hence, that's why the National Action Plan on Trafficking in Person are made to be streamlined with the National Action Plan on Forced Labor. So the vision of this National Action Plan is to eliminate the use of forced labor in any and all forms in Malaysia. Of course, one might say that this is ambitious. I've been told that this is too ambitious, but as vision goes, I think we should have something that we can all work realistically to it, and something that is towards the betterment and improvement of the current situation. And again, similar to the National Action Plan on Trafficking in Person, we have pillars. consisting of the prevention, protection of victims, prosecution, and partnership, to which these pillars are actually also the elements that are analyzed by the US State Department in the annual Trafficking in Persons report. So we hope that the activities carried under these pillars can serve as an input for the national reporting obligation to the Trafficking in Person annual report. Now, each of these pillars are supported, all of these pillars are supported with strategic goals. We have developed 4 strategic goals. Strategic goal number 1 focuses on awareness. Number 2 focuses on legal compliance and enforcement. Number 3 focuses on migration management. And number 4 focuses on access to support and protection services. Let me go one by one. In terms of strategic goal 1, perhaps we can go to the next slide. I think I have a specific slide for each. Okay, so for strategic goal 1, in terms of to improve knowledge base and awareness as well as understanding on forced labor among workers, employers, youth, government, and general public, the current situation in Malaysia is based on the background study that I have shared earlier, an engagement session, which shows that there are limited data and also lack of awareness when it comes to forced labor. Now, the only official statistical data when we talk about prevalence rate of forced labor is through the employment survey carried out in 2018 by the Ministry of Plantation and Commodity. This was done in collaboration with the ILO as well. That shows the prevalence rate of forced labor in palm oil plantation stood at 0.8%. With I think the prevalence rate of foreign worker is higher than those of Malaysian citizen, because in that particular study, there were segregation in terms of Malaysian citizen and non-citizen. We are also in the midst of the Ministry of Human Resources working with the ILO is also in the midst of undertaking another study in the rubber glove manufacturing sector, but this one, it won't be a statistical study. I was told that it will be a mix of quantitative and qualitative study, and this is in the midst of development and getting feedbacks from stakeholders as to how the study can be conducted more comprehensively. Now, to ensure that these programs, these strategic goals can be achieved, the outcome of the strategic goals can be achieved, we have developed specific program areas. For example, under strategic goal 1, there's data collection, engagement, as well as the awareness. On the data collection, we expect to improve on the existing data that we have and try to develop an institutional mechanism to collect national statistical database, because I think this is of paramount importance. I mean, without proper data, it's difficult to really target the resources into what is needed most and where. In terms of engagement and awareness, this has been continuous, and we hope to improve the situation. We hope to continue and improve the engagement and awareness, not only to the usual parties, because each time we have engagement and awareness, it's always with the same group of people. We intend to expand this so that more people will be able to have an understanding on forced labor and subsequently support and cooperate with the government to address and subsequently eliminate the practices of forced labor. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, in terms of strategic goal number 2, this is where a lot of the activities are actually planned under this strategic goal. It is on improve legal compliance and enforcements related to forced labor, whereas the current situation in the country, I mean, this I just have to, the government have to acknowledge that there is a gap between the expectation of stakeholders when it comes to forced labor and trafficking person and the delivery of the enforcement, particularly those that involves prosecution. And as such, the program areas that we have included in the strategic goal 2 is designed to produce outputs in a form of capacity building for the enforcement officers, but also output in terms of capacity building for employers and workers. And as you can see from this strategic goal, the activities are very specific because this action plan is to cater for the duration of 2021 and 2025. Please bear in mind that not all of the work activities are expected to be carried out immediately. Some activities have to be like taken one by one. It doesn't work concurrently. But having said that, some of the activities we do expect to be taken to take like quite some time, probably from 2022 up to 2024. But after that, we expect to see a faster pace of implementation. Okay, perhaps I can go straight to the next slide on strategic goal number 3. Now, this is where also we put a lot of resources in the National Action Plan, because as I've shared earlier on the forced labor issues, it often occurs predominantly in sectors that has high reliance on low-skilled foreign workers. So that's why we have a specific strategic goal on labor migration management and recruitment practices, because a lot of the forced labor issues are associated again with high recruitment fees, issues of debt bondage. This is where we hope that the activities under the strategic goal 3 would be able to address some of those concerns and subsequently better improve the current migration management practices into something that can hopefully tackle the issue at its root cause. So we have, under this specific strategic goal, we have included activities that pertains to recruitment processes, where we have agreed to, as you can see in the slide here, we have agreed to develop clear guidelines on cost remediation, guidelines for approved recruitment agencies. All of these are not actually new. It is in place, but what we hope to have is an improvement of the existing mechanism. Again, we are not trying to reinvent the wheels. We are not trying to put new things on the table. What we do intend to do is improve on the existing mechanism, and where there are gaps, and then we see how best can we address those gaps by carrying out the activities under the National Action Plan. We also look into improving the policy of the labor migration management, as well as specific activities for the migrant workers themselves. Like I've said earlier, these are not new. Pre-departure training, post-arrival training, these are all being done already, of course not comprehensively. So that is where we want to see areas of improvement. We want to see improvement in the areas that are displayed here under the strategic goal 3. Next slide, please. So the last strategic goal 4 is on the improved access to support and protection services, where actually in this particular strategic goal 4, this is where it would require strong support from all stakeholders, especially those who are present here today. Altogether, it aims to improve the overall national capacity, all stakeholders' capacity to protect and support forced labor victims, including the process of victim identification, victim protection, and grievance mechanism. And then as what was in the National Action Plan on Trafficking Person, the foundation of the overall document, the guiding principle. If you can kindly go back to the slide, sorry, let me check the page. If you can kindly go back 4 slides earlier to the overview of the NAPFL. Yes, this one. So as you can see here, the guiding principle of the National Action Plan on Forced Labor is the SDG 8 on decent work, the ILO Protocol 29, to which the Minister of Human Resources has shared during the launching that the government has agreed to ratify the ILO Protocol 29, the supplementary protocol to Convention 29, which Malaysia has ratified in 1997. The other guiding principle is the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. So basically, I mean, in a nutshell, the National Action Plan on Forced Labour was guided by the consideration that forced labour itself is a violation of fundamental human rights. And it also considers that it is the duty of the state, meaning to say the government, to protect anyone living and working in Malaysia from forced labour practices, and the duty of all businesses operating in Malaysia to comply with regulations on forced labour. Now, this is where it includes a responsibility for businesses to carry out the due diligence within their supply chains. This National Action Plan on Forced Labour also emphasizes on the approach of trauma-informed, victim-centered, and gender-sensitive when it comes to support the victims, protection services, migration management services, and other intervention. And lastly, the action plan is underpinned by the principle of partnerships, whereby all stakeholders should work in collaboration and in cooperation to coordinate and implement this National Action Plan. I think I have more or less done with the National Action Plan itself. And then can we go to the slide on the structure of implementation on the National Action Plan? I think, yeah, after the strategic goal 4, yes. Okay, so the implementation of the National Action Plan will be guided by these two committees, the steering committee and the technical committee. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the sort of the structural organization of the implementation of the National Action Plan. The steering committee will be chaired by the Secretary General of Ministry of Human Resources, whereby the members shall consist of Ministry of Home Affairs, Attorney General Chambers, Ministry of Communication and Multimedia, Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, SUHAKAM, the National Human Rights Institution, the employers representative, the workers representative, and others. We intend to include more CSOs into the steering committee, and we plan to call for the first meeting, I think, in the first quarter of next year. And this steering committee is supported by 4 technical committees, which corresponds to the 4 strategic goals. The first one on the awareness will be led by the Ministry of Communication and Multimedia, Malaysia. The second strategic goal on the legal compliance will be led by Ministry of Human Resources. Same as the strategic goal on labour migration will be led also by Ministry of Human Resources. And then last, on the remedies and access to protection services, this one will be co-chaired by the Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Women. Now, the membership to each of this committee, again, it mirrors the membership to the steering committee, but we intend to have more of a working level representatives in this committee, because this is where the monitoring and evaluation of the activities and the work plan under the specific strategic goals will be evaluated and assessed. And of course, I wish to emphasize that this action plan is a living document. Yeah, we do have activities to sort of guide towards the implementation from 2021 to 2035. But again, throughout its implementation, new issues will definitely arise. And this is where the role of the technical committee is important to analyze these issues and subsequently amend or change the activities to cater to those issues, with the ultimate aim to achieve the vision of the National Action Plan, which is to eliminate the use of forced labor in Malaysia. And yeah, with that, I think I have come to an end. Let me check the chat box for questions. Sorry, I'm not sure from where I should take the question, or is there anybody that would like to ask their question instead of me referring to the chat box. I think, Doctor?
If anyone would like to voice their question, please feel free to raise the hand and we'll call you in. Otherwise, let me see. There are quite some questions. Okay. Maybe we have some, Mr. Alex, I'm so sorry if we bypass you for now. We have a couple of people who also would like to ask a question. May I start from Chua Yensin from FGV?
Hi.
Yeah.
I just have a very simple question just to seek clarification. Recently, Malaysia announced that it would ratify the protocol to ILO's Forced Labor Convention. So I just wanted to know whether Malaysia has ratified or is Malaysia in the process of ratifying it?
Okay, Ms. Chua, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. For your information, there are actually, when talking specifically on International Labour Organization, there are actually 3 instruments that is related to forced labor. For Convention on Forced Labor, Convention 29, yes, Malaysia has ratified that particular convention in 1957. And then we have another convention on abolition of forced labor convention. These 2 are fundamental ILO conventions. And then for the protocol on forced labor, protocol 29, ILO P29, the government, the cabinet has agreed for the ratification of that protocol, and we are in the midst of formally depositing the ratification for that protocol.
I see. Is there a timeline for this?
It has already been approved and we expect to deposit the ratification sometime in January, because it's just a matter of documentation on our side. But also I wish to share that in the ILO, once ratification is deposited, it will take 1 year for it to enter into force. And why the government has actually taken some time to consider to ratify ILO protocols and convention, because unlike other UN human rights instrument, ratification to ILO instruments cannot be made with any reservation. So once we have our country policies and legislation aligned with obligation under those instruments, then only we can consider to ratify such instruments.
Okay. The next one, Ms. Nia.
Hey, hi, good morning. My question is actually 3. I have 3 questions. I've posted 2 in the chat box, but just to continue on the earlier question. So is it correct to say that we are given 1 year to amend domestic legislations to ensure that we meet the C29 ratification?
Well, it has always been the policy of the government. This does not apply to Ministry of Human Resources only, but it has always been a very consistent policy of the government to ensure that we have our domestic legislations and policies in place first prior to consideration of ratification. So as such, once the ratification of an instrument is taken to the cabinet, it means that our policies and legislation are actually in line with the obligation stipulated in that particular instrument.
Right. So you're saying that we have already made the amendment and we are depositing. Okay, great. So my earlier question was, in your opening statement, you mentioned 1.1 million documented workers. So I'm just concerned about the undocumented workers. Does that mean be protected? And my second question, I wasn't sure whether the police, RELA, and immigration department is included in any of the technical committees. Okay, that is 2 questions. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll answer your last question first. RELA, immigration department, they are in the technical working committee. I mean, they are not specifically in the technical working committee, but they are involved in our consultation and by representation from the Ministry of Home Affairs, because they are agencies under the Ministry of Home Affairs. So their positions, their constraints are included by the views from the Ministry of Home Affairs in our technical working committee, as well as the implementation committee for the National Action Plan on Forced Labour. Next, talking about the undocumented foreign workers, this is where our issues are most prevalent. And again, to date, there are no actually official sources, credible sources when it comes to estimating the number of foreign workers. But what comes to mind is there was this one study done by the World Bank, I think back in 2018, whereby the estimation of undocumented foreign workers were made based on a remittance rate. Now, this is where I think because of the methodology of that said research, it provides a little bit of in-depth analysis where it estimates the number of undocumented foreign workers at a ratio of 1.7 million to 1 million documented foreign workers. It is not as alarming as other unofficial estimation, which amounts to the ratio of 4 to 1 or 2 to 1. But again, we do acknowledge that there are a very high number of undocumented migrant workers in Malaysia. And in terms of laws, I think that is why under the domestic legislation, aside from labor laws, it does not make any segregation between the immigration status of migrant workers. This is to allow for protection for all. And in terms of labor laws, of course, there are limitations in terms of definition, but these are made, the way we address this is through practices. There has been cases whereby undocumented migrant workers are, I can't recall the specific name of the case, but they are allowed to get their full payment of salary due to the contract of employment.
Yes, of course, but that is a very small situation. But that it's good to know that the Malaysian government is including them, undocumented workers, for protection. This calls to questions like and then refugees, which is another problem area, and also displaced people. I'm sorry, but
but allow me to assure you that these are all because I am also the focal person for refugee issues in the ministry. We have a joint task force between the government and the UNHCR, where we are currently looking into providing the refugees access to legal work. There are some pending, work has been done in that area, pending some approval issues from the government. But once that has been taken care of, we assure you that the matter, although the pace has admittedly been very slow from the government, but again, I think in year 2019 and 2020, the pandemic has halted a lot of the progress made in this area. But we are picking up, and we hope to have some real program or activities into allowing refugees to work sometime in the first quarter of next year.
Okay, thank you so much, Haryantie. Okay.
Okay, so I think there are, we have a hand from Andy Hall. If just we can give it succinct, Andy.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, good morning from Nepal. I just wanted to ask about the protection and respect of whistleblowers in the National Action Plan. Recently, I've complained on the quite high-profile case of Atta in Johor Bahru to the ministry, and the ministry's officials simply forwarded the complaint to the management of the company. Therefore, I was really shocked at that kind of behavior. So can you talk a little bit more about protection and respect of whistleblowers and the fact that complaints about forced labor shouldn't be forwarded on to the employers about which the complaint is being made?
Yeah, so perhaps to provide a little bit of clarity into the question that you have raised, I'm going to touch a little bit on the ministry's initiative on the Working for Workers app. Now this app, it serves as a platform for any person to file complaints, and the commitment from the ministry is for the complaints to be anonymous. Everybody can come forward and file complaint, but again, during its implementation, yeah, we do encounter cases whereby certain workers are being punished by their employers, because somehow the employers have come, they were aware that the complaints were made through the app. Now, from the Ministry of Human Resources, we have tried our level best to not disclose the information of the complainants in the app. But sometimes, depending on the size of the company and the size of workers to the size of employers, it's pretty easy when the investigation was done by the Department of Labor. The employers can straight away identify which workers have filed that complaint. Although due diligence, I think, were taken by our enforcement agencies, but this is something that is pretty difficult for us to sort of try to formulate a specific way around it. From the enforcement agencies, yes, the anonymity is protected. We don't go around and then inform employers of who filed the complaints. But then again, probably because the issues is very specific in manner, sometimes we receive feedbacks from the workers that they are being punished because they file complaint to the ministry through this app. So again, taking this situation into context to what you have just shared, I think in terms of, I'm not trying to be defensive or trying to defend the wrongdoings if there are any, but in terms of the government, I think when it comes to whistleblower protection, we have specific legislation on it, and the enforcement agencies should be well aware that they are obliged to protect the identity of complainant. But then again, when it comes to implementation, of course, there are areas that we need to improve, and we are striving towards that by having capacity building programs to enforcement agencies, just to ensure that they are taking the strategic approach when investigating. So I guess that is what I have to say on your comment, your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Unless someone wants to voice it by unmuting themselves. I think there was a question from Idris Nordin. Strategy goal number 1, impart knowledge and awareness. Is the program for 2022 available yet, Ms. Yanti?
Sorry, come again. For strategic goal number 1 on the
impart knowledge and awareness. Is the program for 2022 available yet?
Yeah, but the program is made in such a way that it is general enough so that we can sort of include programs that arise in year 2022. So under the work plan in 2022, we intend to have some sort of an institutional mechanism to form a statistical database on forced labor cases. Awareness program are being, and then we plan to have awareness program for specific target groups. Because for us, you can't apply like one awareness program to whole of the country. There needs it needs to have a specific sectoral approach, specific demography, and then specific entities. Like for example, you can't have a same awareness program for the employers and for the workers. That would be counterproductive. So we are working towards that. And in year 2022, we plan to have like sort of a the materials are ready for this awareness program. Again, we are not reinventing the wheels. We do have materials from our various programs, but we intend to have these materials to specific target groups.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There is a suggestion from Ms. Nia that why should we wait for all the capacity building? Why can't we do it now? I think everyone feels and puts huge responsibility on you and your colleagues at MOHR, and we've had it throughout. We've had this throughout several sessions that we've had so far. That even your colleagues from other governmental ministries, they usually refer to MOHR like it's not within our purview exactly, but you should ask our colleagues from MOHR when they appear in front of you. So it's indeed a huge responsibility on all of you. Someone, and I think it will be the last, someone's asking if there is a migrant-friendly app on different languages. Is there anything of source that you're trying to develop?
Yeah, because the Working for Workers app, we do intend for it to be translated into various languages. Right now, it's available in English and Bahasa Melayu, but we are in the midst of including more categories of complaint, because right now it only has 11, and we have yet to include complaints related to working condition, especially in occupational safety and health. So we intend to include that, and then subsequently translate into language that migrant workers can understand. We are in the midst of that process as well. That is also one of the activities under the strategic goal 4.
Okay, thank you so much. There was some comments in the chat, so we'll try to share them with you as well after we're done with the session, but I'm afraid we will have to pass the mic to our next speaker today. Thank you so much, Ms. Haryantie.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, we're looking forward to liaising with you further within this project. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation today. Thank you. Alia, if I can call you out, are you there? I guess not. Okay, give me 1 moment. May I know if Mr. Edmund is here? Alia, we can't hear you. Okay, may I know if Mr. Edmund is here? Oh, good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. And I guess so sorry, some people are asking us if we're taking break in this, but as you can see, the program is very dense. So, and I think Mr. Edmund, but we can take a break. Yeah, so let's go straight away. Mr. Edmund 𝗍𝗿𝘁, Head of Chambers at AmerBON and Advocates. I guess I won't be covering again a lot of your bio. Our participants had an opportunity to familiarize themselves with it via the poster. And the floor is yours, please.
Thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts. I've done very quickly some slides. We're going to talk about 2 things. And hopefully not to repeat what has been done before and what Haryantie has mentioned. The first thing is to talk about the amendments that are being proposed by way of first reading to the ATIPSOM bill and the Employment Act. And secondly, to talk about what we had proposed some time back about having transparency in supply chains and the duty to disclose and what's happening in other countries. So I've discussed this with the organizers, and I hope that what I'm going to share will be useful. I'm sorry I was not able to join earlier, but I hope my inputs will be able to help this project along. And of course, I can't be that comprehensive in the 2-hour session that I have, but I'll try and make it as interactive as possible. But before I do that, I would like to share a poll of a few questions, quite simply for everyone to input. And can I just ask that the poll be shared?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing it right now.
So we have
the poll has been shared. Yeah.
4 basic questions. Perhaps 2 minutes for everyone to just key in your answers.
Here should be cheerful music.
It has been 2 minutes, sir. You can just let me know when you want to stop. You are muted, sir.
Sorry, yeah. Can we share it? It's just a temperature check. Just to see. I've been told that there are some most of the participants are from companies, and that's why we frame the question in that way. Do you think that human rights are important to your company? Yes. And 2, does your company have a human rights policy or code of conduct? Yes. And I see the 4th question, has your company conducted human rights due diligence exercises? Yes, no, and not sure. Well, that's quite good. I think it's a good range of answers. So let me just dive into, so at least we know what's around in the room. Let me just dive into some of the things that I wanted to talk about here. Can my screen be seen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So forced labor, due diligence, transparency, and accountability in company supply chains. So I just want to talk a little bit about the new amendments to the Anti-Trafficking Persons and Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Act 2007. So on the 27th of October 2021, the government introduced an amendment bill for first reading. And some of these amendments have been a long time coming. What does the bill seek to do? The bill seeks to make substantive changes to ATIPSOM, expanding the definition of exploitation so as not to limit it only to sexual exploitation, forced labor or services, slavery, servitude, illegal activity, or human organ removal. Secondly, it removes the definition of coercion. Thirdly, it redefines trafficking in persons to include the means of such trafficking. Fourth, it introduces a new aggravated offense of trafficking in persons using threat and force under Section 13. And then fifth, it includes a new category of persons requiring special protection, namely those who cannot take care of themselves because of a physical or mental disability or condition. And lastly, it increases penalties for several offenses. So I think generally there has been some movement, some positive movement in terms of what the bill tries to do. I think it's been some years that the government has been talking about amending the bill. I think that the amendments do not go far enough, but at least this is one of the positive steps that have been taken. However, there are three matters that I would want to raise regarding the amendments. And first, as we know, there has been this conflation of forced labor and trafficking cases under ATIPSOM. And much of the problems and amendments arise because the courts have interpreted ATIPSOM quite strictly in such a way that forced labor cases that do not exhibit coercion would not be a trafficking offense. But the bill still does not create, the ATIPSOM bill still does not create a standalone offense of forced labor. So forced labor, slavery, servitude per se are not punishable as crimes under ATIPSOM. While we have some provisions in the penal code, they are hardly used. The punishment is low, and they do not deal with all the indicators, all the 11 ILO indicators of forced labor. So what we had proposed in 2019 to the government was that there should be a standalone forced labor offense under ATIPSOM, so as not to confuse the courts and the prosecution. And when a case of forced labor stroke trafficking is brought to the courts, the court is able to decide one way or the other, and you can bring prosecution by way of alternative charges under ATIPSOM. But because the bill does not introduce this standalone offense, we suspect that the government is relying on the new offense of forced labor introduced by the Employment Amendment Act 2021. I think it was read, the first reading was done at the same time as the ATIPSOM amendment. And the new section 90B, there are a lot of amendments under the Employment Act 55, but the new amendment on forced labor comes under section 90 capital B. And it reads that any employer who threatens, deceives, or forces an employee to do any activity, service, or work, and prevents that employee from proceeding beyond the place or area where such activity, service, or work is done commits an offense. On the face of it, it looks quite good, but as I will show later why it may not be sufficient. Bearing in mind that in a prosecution for such an offense, forced labor, the prosecution requires to show both things. There is the threat, there is the deception, there is the forcible action or coercion on the employee, and the prevention of the employee from proceeding beyond his or her place of work. So you need to prove the second element in the definition as well. You need to show that there was the employer preventing the employee from moving around and thus committing restriction of movement violation before Section 90B is actionable. So that bear that in mind because the definition of forced labor here to me is not comprehensive enough, and there will be many cases that will fall through the cracks. Why I said just now, it assumes that forced labor only occurs when the employer prevents the employee from physically moving from or to a place. The ILO indicators of forced labor cover non-physical aspects, such as abuse of vulnerabilities, deception, physical and sexual violence, abusive working and living conditions, excessive overtime, and so forth. There are 11 indicators, and only 2 indicators, restriction of movement and isolation, would appear to be covered under Section 90B. Of course, the argument is that there are other provisions in the Employment Act and Employment Law that would make it an offense and would cover matters like physical and sexual violence, for example, the Penal Code, abusive working and living conditions, Employment Act, excessive overtime, and Employment Act. But the point, I think, is that the current laws, without further amendment, and if we want to have a more comprehensive standalone definition or offense of forced labor, must include these other matters as a standalone offense, rather than saying it's a forced labor offense under 90B, but in effect, in reality, it's a very limited offense that relies only on 2 of the 11 ILO indicators, which would be restriction of movement and isolation. So the forms of psychological, physiological, financial control are not going to be actionable under Section 90B. And of course, we have heard, and the reality is that in many cases, the employees' livelihood and well-being are completely dependent on the employers. So there is this pervasive hesitancy to and fear to seek assistance, even if they have the freedom to move about. Some jurisdictions have emphasized the need to look at it from the victim's perspective. And one example would be 270.6 of Australia's Criminal Code Act 1995, where it says that you ask if somebody's, when the question the court should ask when somebody is under forced labor is whether a reasonable person in the victim's position would not consider himself or herself free to cease providing the labor or services. The issue about physical restraint is only one of the issues to be considered. And whether or not escape by the victim from the clutches of the employer is practically possible, or that the victim has attempted to escape, is irrelevant to the crime under Australia's Criminal Code Act 1995. The second way that we have seen how some countries have done it is the circumstances test. And in the UK's Modern Slavery Act 2015, Section 1, an offense of forced labor is committed when a person requires another to perform the labor and the circumstances are such that the person knows or ought to know that the other person is being required to perform forced labor. So the court will consider all the relevant circumstances and are not going to be constricted or constrained by a very narrow definition of what forced labor means. Regard will then be had to matters such as the vulnerabilities of the victim, the type of work or services being provided, and whether they amount to exploitation. And the provision also provides that the consent of the victim does not preclude the offense of forced labor from being established. So that is the first point. The second point that I would like to make is that because 90A, the proposed revised, sorry, 90B, the proposed new forced labor offense under Section 90B of the Employment Act. If you cannot come under 90B of the Employment Act, then I would assume that the prosecution will continue resorting to ATIPSOM, as is the current practice. So if that is the current practice, unless there is a clear policy demarcation between MOHR and KDN that you don't need to, if it's a forced labor case, you never bring it under ATIPSOM, then the problem will still arise, which is the current problem at the moment, is that if you want to bring a forced labor case as a trafficking case, the prosecution must prove the means of trafficking. They need to prove the threat, the use of force, coercion, abduction, fraud, deception, abuse of power, abuse of the position of vulnerability, or the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to obtain the consent of a person having control over the victim. So these means of trafficking have to be proved by the prosecution. And as we know, not all forced labor are also trafficking cases, and not all trafficking in persons are forced labor cases. It would be extremely challenging for a forced labor victim, for example, subjected to poor working conditions, just poor working conditions only, to qualify for protection as a traffic victim. And I think this is what is a big chunk of the complaint regarding the current practices and laws at the moment, where forced labor cases are not effectively prevented, and where it happens is not effectively sanctioned or punished. The third point about the ATIPSOM amendment is the failure to include what other countries have done and to create some sort of a preventive regime. There is no duty to be transparent about your supply chains, unlike how some countries have done. So we had recommended to Mapu in 2019 that there should at least be a watered down version of what other countries have forced companies to do, because it is for our own good. Bearing in mind that other countries like the EU, the US, UK already have the due diligence requirement, and if they are to do checks regarding Malaysian suppliers who do not have such a duty or do not have their own due diligence processes, we will be in a position of weakness. We will be in a position where Malaysian companies are not able to say, yeah, we can meet those standards of these other countries, as we can see quite publicly in some cases that have come before. So that's why a watered down version of mandatory due diligence to impose on companies to disclose their policies, practices, and due diligence processes to prevent modern slavery is something which we had suggested. Modern slavery, of course, includes all forms of slavery, servitude, forced and compulsory labor, human trafficking, and smuggling. So there is a lack of, I think, foresight in terms of trying to introduce this mandatory duty on companies to disclose their policies and practices in terms of how they take on board and how they assess their human rights risks. So the bill is silent on that, and I suspect that the government has not decided to take this up as part of its wide-ranging amendments. But just to, and as an aside, I think I don't have the time to go through a training on human rights due diligence. We did two trainings, I think, recently for 100 over Bursa listed companies. And when we had done our survey, we found that there was, like this room just now, we found that there were some companies that were not doing due diligence exercises. There were some companies that were, and there were some companies that were not sure. And I think the percentages were similar to what we had in the survey just now. But in terms of HRDD, the important thing to note is that while it is a form of risk assessment, it is not a risk to business that the focus of HRDD should be on, but is about risks and impacts to people. And HRDD process includes assessment, the integration of the findings, acting on the findings, responding on the findings, engaging stakeholders, tracking the responses, effectiveness of the responses, and communicating them. So when people talk about mandatory due diligence, when people talk about human rights due diligence, and sometimes when people use the term environmental due diligence, we are talking about these 4 stages: assess, acting, tracking, and communicating. So the point that I want to make is that the bill could have gone further to be more comprehensive to include this mandatory duty. So what have some other countries done? I have a few examples here. Australia's Modern Slavery Act 2018 compels businesses to submit a modern slavery statement. These are businesses with a consolidated revenue of at least $100 million. And the statement will be published in a modern slavery statement register. So such statements will include matters such as risk of modern slavery in business and supply chains. And non-compliance will lead the Minister for Home Affairs in Australia to request for an explanation and for the entities to undertake remedial actions. Information regarding the entity's failure to respond will be made public if the entity fails to respond to the request. In the United Kingdom, the Modern Slavery Act 2015, businesses are required to publish a modern slavery human trafficking statement on their website. Entities that have to do this have a total turnover of more than £36 million. But unlike Australia, the reporting criteria in Section 54 of the Modern Slavery Act is not mandatory. So the statement may include information about the entity's due diligence processes and parts of its operations and supply chains where risk of modern slavery occurring exists. And if no due diligence is undertaken, this fact should also be expressly acknowledged. In California, the Transparency in Supply Chains Act 2010 requires companies to disclose and provide information on steps taken to eliminate slavery and human trafficking. At the minimum, they are to report their efforts to verify, audit, certify, and maintain internal accountability standards and procedures, and provide training to employees and management. And failure to comply will result in the Attorney General taking injunctive relief against the company. The European Union, I think some of you would have known, in March 2021, European Parliament passed a resolution and a directive asking the Commission to prepare EU-wide law on a due diligence regime to apply to the value chain of companies established operating in the EU. The important thing is that it will potentially affect depending on how the law pans out, it will affect non-EU companies supplying to the EU, including Malaysian companies. And the recommendations in the resolution require entities to carry out effective due diligence processes, prevent adverse impacts, and also required to conduct meaningful and informed engagements with stakeholders when implementing their due diligence strategy. The entities must also publish and communicate their due diligence strategies and establish a grievance mechanism, both as an early warning mechanism for risk awareness and as a mediation system. What is interesting is that there is an acknowledgement by Europe that voluntary measures are inadequate to eradicate forced labor in supply chains. And that is why in March 2021, they decided that it should be mandatory by law. So I think for countries in the EU, they recognize that, and there's a large majority of countries that pass a resolution, they recognize that you cannot just have things left by way of goodwill or by way of voluntary measures. And a lot of the national action plans, I think around the world, even in our own country, do not set out obligations that are mandatory. It promotes good practices, but I think that is where sometimes the mismatch happens, because when things are not mandatory, companies will not put in or pour resources to deal with that issue. So for example, when 𝗣𝗿𝗁 Malaysia with practice note 9 made it mandatory for all companies to perform or to publish their sustainability statement, I think that was a good move. The next question would be when and how that kind of standard will be elevated and applied across the board to non-listed companies. So the SSM regime is for sustainability statements is only voluntary and it's not mandatory at the moment. I understand SSM wants to make it mandatory, but it will take some time. So in terms of transparency in supply chains and making disclosures and reporting, I would see it as a watered down version of a preventive measure by companies and by the government if we are to make it mandatory. I understand that it may be difficult to comply with, but I think it will be better to at least have some watered down version for companies to address their minds to the risks and be able to at least do some sort of assessment, even at a very basic level, to prevent forced labor, and also for the company to prevent the type of media attention, the type of impact on their business when allegations of forced labor come into play. I wanted to just share some ideas about the current state of play here. If the 90B Employment Act forced labor definition is not improved, it will be inadequate, and then we will have to revert to the same problem of the conflation of trafficking and forced labor under ATIPSOM, and the problem of prosecuting forced labor cases under ATIPSOM will not be solved. There is no steps to ensure transparency in business and supply chains except for what is existing now under Bersah's regime. And in spite of the National Action Plan on Forced Labor, which I think we've heard about just now, a comprehensive crime of forced labor is required. For otherwise, we will not solve, or we will not effectively prevent and sanction cases of forced labor. I wanted to just stop the slides, but I wanted my colleague Isni, if she's able to share just one or two modern slavery statements. I think we talk about that quite often, but if you go to Australia's Modern Slavery Register, Modern Slavery Statements Register, MSSR, you can just key in the companies that any company there, and you can download the modern slavery statement. Can you share it a little bigger, or if everybody can see? So, like for example, we downloaded KFC's modern slavery statement, and it's about 20 over pages. And I think what's interesting is if you go a bit lower down, so I think there's a lot of promotion about the company, but I think there was a diagram there about the supply chain. If you go lower, so there's the slavery, modern slavery statement assessment, and then there's a supply chain here of how they operate. Of course, I think not everybody should be eating fried chicken, but and there are ethical concerns about the chickens, perhaps. But I think if you look at that modern slavery statement, it looks because I just chose that as a brand because we are quite familiar with that brand. And then maybe another example, you can go on the register, the Australia's register, and have a look. Maybe another example, Isni.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, so the modern slavery statement or L'Oreal, and I think can we choose the one actions taken to address the risk of modern slavery? So there's the assessment reporting. So there's the supply chain reporting, the assessment, and then actions taken by the company to address the risk of modern slavery. And I think it's a narrative report based on that. These are all downloadable from, as I said, the modern slavery statement register in Australia. And I think it's something that we can emulate. I'm quite happy with the Australian one because the criteria that is set down in the Act is mandatory. As I mentioned, the criteria for reporting in the UK is not mandatory.
You just put it there for Jen.
You have to off your volume, please.
And then the
okay. I have, do you want to take a break and move on to, there are a few questions that I would like to share, to post, and then we can get some feedback. I leave it to the organizers if the participants want a break. We can take a 5-minute break. Yeah, I think why don't we just do the 5-minute break, since some have mentioned that they wanted a break earlier.
Yes, sir. We can take a 5-minute break.
So we'll be back at what time?
We can just be back around 11:20 or 11:25 even.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
there are 6 questions that I post in the Jamboard. And could we just take maybe 10 minutes to answer some of these questions? If you look at the chat box, the link to the Jamboard, if you click on it, you will there will be you'll come to the questions. But I see that many people have replied to question 1, but we don't see answers to question 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So perhaps we can take about maybe 10 minutes to do that, or 5 minutes. Just make sure you click on the right arrow, and then you move, the page will move to all the 6 questions.
Kenapa dia tak bercakap? Memang tak. Dah tekan?
Shall we go through some of the responses? Perhaps that can be screened up easily on the Jamboard.
Okay.
So what constitutes forced labor and modern slavery? Working without their free, prior, informed consent, forced to work without will, limited right to movement, involuntary work, working more than the applicable working hours and not paid for overtime, and holding of travel, document, movement, and communication restriction, debt, bondage, abuse, and threat. Yep, so I think we've got the, oh, okay. Wow, heinous crime. Yeah, okay, good. Let's move on to the second question. Name 2 actual potential risks your company faces if it's found to have forced labor cases. Yeah, 2 years of imprisonment and maximum fine, banishment of product and services, fine and temporarily close the company. Okay, I think what we can see, if you have not been following the cases, you have more than just, when you talk about fine and imprisonment, that assumes the law enforcement authorities are going to take action. But as is often the case, I think the resources are limited. It's hard to take action. But the reputational risk and the risk of disruption to business operations would feature very high in a company's risk assessment. So not just what is going to happen in terms of law enforcement. So like some companies have seen their products stopped from being supplied by other countries. Okay, third question. How does your company prevent and address forced labor, modern slavery issues? Establish guidelines on human rights matter, develop human rights policy, study and comply requirements, and arrange third-party audit and human rights due diligence. Would we be able to hear from the participant that put up that post-it note, study and comply with the requirements and arrange third-party audit as evidence of compliance? As an example, who put out the post-it note? Would you be able to share a bit more about this? It's very interesting what you mentioned about, and I think this is a very good practice. And if your company is doing it, it will be great to know how it's being done. And also, yeah. And also the second, the one next to it, human rights due diligence, right? Would the person who put up the post-it be able to share as well? Or we can do that. We can move on and then come back to this later if you are not too shy to share about what you do. How does your company ensure that there's no forced labor? Develop a systematic grievance mechanism, wages payment, transparency, conduct due diligence upon business dealing, and arrange continual supply chain assessment and implement certificate. Yeah, I think that's good that we have these ideas, and it'd be good to hear from who wrote this as well, if you are able to share. Next question, Isni. What are 2 challenges your company faces to ensure that there's no forced labor, not establish any challenges, transparency, limited commitment. Yeah, I think that's a big problem. SMEs, to be able to get them to come on board and hold their hands because they wouldn't have the resources to be able to do a lot of this compliance work. Communication barrier between involved stakeholders. Again, I welcome who wrote these very insightful comments to actually share their thoughts a bit more so that we can learn from this. Next. Describe 2 features of EGM. SOP made publicly available and communicated to all stakeholders, and a complaint platform to receive and respond in a timely manner, transparency, check and balance, effectiveness of procedure, regular refresher training on grievance procedure to stakeholder, grievance mechanism open to public, and ability to provide remedy. Yeah, okay, that's I think good. And next one.
I think that's all. That's the 6th question.
Okay, thank you. Shall we take some questions? And then if there's time to move on to the last part.
Yes, Miss Eileen, go ahead. You can ask your question.
Hi, Edmund. Thanks so much for sharing your views on the ATIPSOM and the EA amendment bills. I was just wondering, because the proposed wording for the forced labor offense in the Employment Act, it doesn't comply with the international definition of forced labor. And I was just wondering, because based on a lot of cases under the ATIPSOM Act, judges usually tend to misinterpret what forced labor is, and they tend to say that, this should be referred to the Labor Department. It's not a claim that falls under ATIPSOM. So I think one of the concerns that I was having is, would that inclusion of the forced labor offense in the EA, do you think that it will make prosecution of forced labor offenses more difficult? And would it be better then to just not include that offense in the EA if it makes things more complicated?
Yeah, thanks, Eileen. So if we look at the provisions in the Penal Code, I don't have it here, but the Penal Code, I think 300, there is some offenses on slavery-like practices. That's hardly used. And I think the complaint is the penalties are quite low. So that's one type of regime, the Penal Code regime. Police will be the investigating authority. The second type of regime is the Employment Act. As you mentioned, Employment Act, up to today, a lot of these offenses, they are not prosecuted by law enforcement, employment, labor people. And therefore, I think the problem is, if I be very honest, I think the problem is overlap of jurisdiction. So as we can see, one weakness has been that the Labour Ministry will be pushing it to people under Mapu, and then Mapu is saying, oh, it's a labour issue, right? So I would prefer, if can be, I can say, yes, there should be a standalone forced labour offence. We had promoted amendment to the ATIPSOM in 2019 for standalone forced labour offence within ATIPSOM. So if the judge doesn't find it to satisfy the higher threshold of trafficking, then it should fine or could fine an alternative charge of forced labor. Then the question becomes, if you're going to have it under ATIPSOM, there will be this clash of jurisdiction. So all the cases of forced labor will have to be pushed to the police, KDN, Mapu, and the MOHR, the labor enforcement officers may not have very much to do in that way. So the third alternative is to have a whole new provision, and we didn't draft, or we didn't want to push for that bill yet because I know Malaysia will not be prepared for it. And that's why you see there is this new provisions, a new act in England, right? Modern Slavery Act 2015, where you have this one whole act, and then because of that one whole act, prosecuting and law enforcement agencies have to decide among themselves who will be taking up the work and who does what. So if we talk about a halfway house at the moment, where government decides, MOHR takes over forced labor cases, or sorry, continues with forced labor cases, then I think it is the correct position to put it under the Employment Act. But as I mentioned, the provision is inadequate. And if the provision is inadequate, the problem will then shift to whether the trafficking case can be also considered, or sorry, the forced labor case can also be considered an anti-trafficking case. I hope that answers your question. So it's a bit complicated because of the practice. A lot of you are practitioners, you would know. But I think we see that in terms of the penal code, sometimes that provisions can be used but are hardly used. They prefer the employment route. But because the employment route, there is no forced labor type of definition or offense, then this problem arises because you are only looking at ATIPSOM. Because ATIPSOM mentions forced labor without actually defining forced labor. I hope I responded to you, Eileen.
Yeah, thanks, Edmund. That's really helpful. I think another concern I was having is whether a labor department would have the necessary expertise or resources to investigate a forced labor case as well. Because usually it tends to involve a lot of, criminal aspects. Yeah, so I guess it's a bit of a dilemma. Thank you.
I don't doubt that from the cases that I've done because when we act for business associations and workers, sometimes we see that actually the big problem is the law because of this demarcation of jurisdiction. In terms of capacity, I think the JTK, the labor officers are sufficiently equipped to deal with the cases. The problem is the punca kuasa, the law that says there's this clear demarcation at ATIPSOM and employment. Then of course human nature says, okay, if it's ATIPSOM, and then you find that there's no trafficking, then the victim only falls under an employment claim. That I think is the problem. But I think in terms of capacity and skills, in terms of talent, once we sort out this problem, which again, is still not sorted out, I think the officers will be able to do it properly. I think we've heard also that there are many actually good IOs investigating ATIPSOM cases who actually want to bring the case, but the hands are tied if it's just a purely forced labor case and the protection is lost under ATIPSOM because they don't qualify. So I understand. I think on the ground sometimes while I'm not making excuses for law enforcement, but sometimes yeah, of course there are those that do not do their work, but then there are those that genuinely want to but cannot because the law is not clear, the guidelines are not clear, and they are not public. And you can see this, right? The ATIPSOM amendments, the permanent amendments that have been presented for first reading, hardly anyone has talked about it. I think I've not seen anything on social media. And I think MOHR had, during the Pakatan Harapan government time, had sent out consultation notes for public feedback. But I think the position now at the moment is, it has to be done because we are so low down the US watch list. Something has to be done. It's not good enough. So the question now becomes, it's only the first reading. I think advocacy should start in trying to see how the amendments can be improved and how this continuous problem is addressed. I for one, have not been following since 2019, and I am still trying to guess what's the government's position on this when there are so many cases of forced labor that are coming up that smears Malaysia's reputation. Thank you. Any other questions?
Do we have any other questions?
Could I ask a question, please? Hello? Yeah, Manjit. Can I ask Edmund, why is it that the Attorney General's office is so reluctant to actually, I don't know, it's just a perspective. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer. But why are they like so reluctant to actually prosecute cases or even liaise with NGOs regarding cases? Why is there always this issue? Would you be able to help answer, please?
Okay, I think, yeah, we did a study in 2020 we did very confidential interviews on civil servants' response. I think this is the first time it was done. Civil servants' response to human rights during Pakatan's time. There was a lot of discussion. Some people were saying there was a deep state and all of that, right? Small d, small s. We wanted to try and see from different views within the bureaucracy what the civil service felt about Pakatan Harapan's attempts at reforms. So there was one camp that we found there was a lot of personality, I think, clashes, and this was much due to also how the Pakatan Harapan politicians were dealing with the civil service. I think many of them felt that they came to power on the back of a resounding win, and there was a bit of arrogance. I think relationships were soured with ministry people because the ministry people, and a lot of the officers there are quite good. You can see they have been there for a long time. They know their work. You have politicians coming in suddenly and says, well, with very good intentions, but still, I think the way it was done. That was one camp. There was another camp that you could see there were politicians that left it to the civil servants to push some of these reforms. Why I'm raising this is because relationships actually matter. We always see in terms of macro, we need to have law reform policy, or that I agree with you because that's also part of our work. But I think in how leaders manage the civil service, and that relates back to your question, is very important because when there is a way to, I think, deal with the civil service in a way that can help promote your interest for law reform. But then when it goes back to this question and the parts of the interview also with the AG's chambers under Tommy at that time and before that. So the AG's chambers, AGC, to answer your question, is they see themselves, the civil service in the AGC, see themselves as only doing a very narrow type of work. So they are not there for law reform. They are only there to draft the laws once the politicians decide that they are going to amend the laws. That's one. Number two, they are there to prosecute cases. And what they will say is, we only get the IP from the police. So if the police are not going to do their job properly, we are not going to, I feel that unless it's a really, really high profile case, and doing cases myself, I feel that they're not going to say, look, we have so many cases on the table, I'm not going to keep asking the police to go back and do further investigation until the case actually comes up to court. So the human element, and I think also it's because they're so, actually, if you look at the AGC and the, for example, the Selangor Legal Office, they actually, to me, for senior prosecutorial officers, they're actually understaffed. So I think my point is that when it comes to prosecution, that human element is not there, but also because they see themselves as having to balance the scales. They have to see, okay, what did the police say? And then you need to make sure that the law actually protects. What law is it to use? Do we use ATIPSOM, do we use employment to then only launch a prosecution? Again, I'm not making excuses for AGC because that is, you know, there are weaknesses. But I'm trying to say that based on our survey, based on our study, we have found that this mindset, right, is quite prevalent. And so what is necessary is for a sensitization of what human rights really mean. Not just trafficking in persons, not just employment, right? But what human rights mean. So there is still, there are groups within the civil service that are definitely very resistant towards human rights change. But there are groups, depending on where they are and which ministries they are, who are very open to that. And for AGC and prosecution, you know, we only ratified 3 main treaties, right? CRC, CEDAW, CRPD. Very narrow mindset as to what the law says. What does the federal constitution say? What does ATIPSOM says? We're only going to follow this. So there's no creativity or there is no added element where they will say, okay, I'm going to go out my way to take this prosecution up. That's how I assess the situation at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you.
When we did the study, we found that there's a lot of percolating, there's a lot of rules and regulations within each ministry, within each department that they are bound by and they have to follow. Of course, you can read it creatively, but sometimes, you know, there's the hierarchy in the civil service is very prevalent, it's very strong.
But I find it rather strange that the Attorney General himself must approve when even one of his officers or even one of the heads wants to participate in a webinar. And I mean, I don't think I can talk about it here, but I'm just saying. And that's a bit strange. That's why I talked about AG's chambers not really willing to engage with NGOs. And so the permission needed to come right from the top, even to attend or rather to present just be a panelist in a webinar, just to be a panelist. And it needed to go right to the top and it was rejected. But I don't want to say further. Thank you.
I think when I started practice in 97, 98, we felt the same problem, very hard to engage. But a lot of times it depends on the leader. So depends on leader, depends on ministry, depends on department. So we've been quite successful in getting, for example, 2 rounds of human rights environment workshop. We've invited just by a letter to the Department of Environment and AGC, and they sent on a workshop with the CJ's office as well. So yeah, I understand. Yeah, we cannot fathom it, right? But again, I think after there's more loosening up depending on which ministry and which KSU, depending on which politician is in power. I think there was a massive opening up of engaging with the civil service during the 2018, sorry, when Pakatan was in power. So I cannot say what's the blanket rule, but yeah, I understand your frustration.
Yeah, this is just a few months ago. Yeah.
Very cautious. They're very cautious. Yeah, Robert Chong asked, in EU situation when EU company has operations outside EU, does this act apply? Yeah, so yes, it applies to, yeah, basically it applies to EU companies and non-EU companies that are operating in EU. But this is only a proposed legislative framework directive. So we have to see what the actual bill comes out to be, what the law will come out to be, and that we anticipate in 2022. Any further questions? If not, then what we've been trying to be quite ambitious. What we have done is, if you had seen the, maybe you can screen it up, Isni. If you have not seen it, yesterday we shared around exercise, and we've done a template. If we have some time now, I think we do. So the exercise that we suggested was to do a modern slavery statement. And it just helps to socialize the practice about thinking, analyzing, articulating companies' policy position on modern slavery issues that are likely to affect your own operations and supply chain. So what we have done is we suggest that you prepare a modern slavery statement for the company's website, and I've created a simplified template. It's not comprehensive, I must say, but it's a simplified template that just can help you think through what should go into the template. We can send this again by a Word document, but basically we would like the participants, if you can do a breakout and just very informal, to do a narrative of your company or your organization. It doesn't need to be company, your organizations, or yeah, your supply chain and your modern slavery issues. And what we have done is the value add, I think, for this is we've done this with a good practice guide. So it will help you to think about the what questions or what information you want to put in. And this really will help you get through drafting a modern slavery statement. If there is such a mandatory duty, if there's not, it's a good practice. If your company wants to do it, then you can do it. But only in these areas. It's not comprehensive, as I said. One is about our business. Two, lower is, so you talk about your business. Number two, can you go lower, Isni? is the main thing about what your current policies have in place to identify modern slavery. And you look at the parts on the right is a good practice guide as to what you should be inserting. And then the third one is your due diligence. So what steps you are taking for your risk assessment, your due diligence. And then materiality is after your due diligence, what have you decided? What have you decided to be parts of your operations where you've shown or you think that there's greatest risk, and why do you do that? So the part on the right side in gray, we've included some guiding questions, and we've also included ILO forced labor indicators, just to give you an example of what you should be thinking about. So the suggestion is to, is that all? Materiality? Yeah. Can you go lower? Yeah, okay. So what I'm suggesting is that we maybe take 15 minutes to see where we can get to, and then come back at 12:20, and then we just randomly pick on your sustainability statement to be shared. Sorry, your modern slavery statement to be shared. Is that okay?
That is okay, Mr. Edmund.
So let's come back at 12:15, and I think the organizers you actually don't need even the breakout groups if you don't want to spend the time breaking out. Everybody can do their own sustainability modern slavery statement.
Oh, that's completely fine.
Then you don't need to do a breakout because we only have 2 minutes. Okay? And then
okay.
We just
so 15 minutes, yeah?
Yeah. If everyone, if you can volunteer, it'd be great. Okay, see you back at 12:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. Have we been able to do a statement? Who would like to share a draft?
Is there anyone who would like to share their statement? All right, Mr. Edmund, I think everyone is a bit shy.
Why don't you just call out since you know everyone?
Oh no, I don't think that would be fair. How do you propose we move forward? Okay, Mr. James has a question in the chat.
Well, the Sam Darby's one I've seen is part of a sustainability statement, but not specifically complying. Well, it's not meant to comply with the best practice guidelines. There are some good points there, but I think if that's why I said it's important if it be tailored towards what your organization or your company faces. So what I would do is then I would just go through just the template. If nobody has done any, I think this is the perils of online sessions. Maybe,
yes, sir. I completely agree.
Yeah, and well, sometimes we become quite cruel and then we just pick on people. But okay, if you're not going to do that, then why don't we just share the template and we can close? Isni, can you just share the template again, please?
Okay.
Yeah, so I think what was expected, if you go down, and it's not really very difficult. It's really forcing you, if you think that it's benefit to you and your company, to think about how it works, how it's structured. So on about our business, I think people know about the business, but people know about how they talk about the business. But for big companies, what is important is also to be able to have an overview of its supply chains. So the information to disclose should include the sectors the business operates in, the organizational structure and relationships, the countries the business sources its goods and services from, especially those from high-risk countries, and the complexity of the supply chains. What level are we talking about? There are a few levels of supply chains, the business operating model and the relationship with suppliers, to talk about, to see what the leverage is, how the relationship works. Is there a multi-stakeholder platform? Is there a constant engagement with trade unions, for example? So just brief details that can be one paragraph, maybe 200 words, 300 words. The second main one would really be the policies. And just now when we were doing the Jamboard exercise, we can see that some of the companies have these policies. And really, we are looking at what you do when, in terms of two things. What is the human rights policy of the company? And number two, how you achieve, what does the policy set out to say? So that will be the due diligence part. So, no, sorry, isn't it just, so when you consider drafting the policy, and specifically on modern slavery and human trafficking, you would be actually reminding ourselves what standards you want to meet. Again, meeting Malaysian standards are not enough. Bear in mind that meeting just Malaysian law is not enough. You need to meet industry, global, international human rights standards, the ILO conventions, for example. And then you need to talk about looking at what are the people or personnel or groups in the company that will investigate these abuses if it happens, and to ensure remediation. And more information can be included as to how you make sure that there is fair labor payments, what happens when a supplier is found to have been involved in modern slavery, what happens when you enter into a new contract and you renew contracts, what verifications and checks do you do, what guidance do you provide to suppliers to remediate modern slavery complaints, what is the company's policy to support whistleblowing, what are the procedures to allow workers to complain through helplines, WhatsApp, for example, what is the company's policy to remediation if there is victimization. So these are the policies of the company, a bit of a more high level, more of a high level. And then you should also include how the policy was developed, how you do foreign recruitment, foreign worker recruitment, how your procurement policy meets the international standards to combat modern slavery, talk about employee code of conduct, and also policies on remediation and compensation for cases of modern slavery. So the third important component is then to have the risk assessment and due diligence part of the statement. That includes information that to understand the operating context of the company, explain what is the operating context, how the assessment was done, was it by feedback, was it by audits, who did it, actions taken to address the risks, and tracking and monitoring of the actions, how such actions were then communicated, was there stakeholder engagement, and importantly, I think this is the worst, around the world, the worst performing pillar is the third pillar on company level grievance mechanisms. A lot of times companies will say, yeah, we have a grievance mechanism, but the question becomes, is it effective? Is it workable? How many complaints have there been? Oh, there are only 2 or 3 complaints. It means that, there's something not really right, or people are fearful of making those complaints through the grievance mechanism. And actions taken to embed human rights and zero tolerance for modern slavery. So these are some issues that you can include in your due diligence points, as well as materiality for parts that you feel are important to say which parts of the operations, which parts of the supply chain there are real risks of modern slavery happening. ILO forced labor indicators we have included there for your use. Other indicators we have included also unreasonable working conditions, recruitment fees, deductions, accommodation fees, and all sorts of other things that we hear about. So it's not just the indicators that we are looking at, but we are also looking at other circumstances that may point to forced labor, unusual statistics, suspicious worker behavior, other examples. So I think that will be all for the moment, and I hope that what we have done today is sufficient to move you forward in your journey. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you to everyone, and thank you, Isni, for assisting. If there are any further questions, I'll be glad to take them now.
Mr. Edmund, thank you so much for such a wonderful session. And if ever anyone has a question, please feel free to unmute and ask. And if you're a little bit shy, you can just drop a message in the chat box.
Yeah, I think the point James makes about the implementation. So it's a bit of chicken and egg. I would rather think about, analyze, and for the moment in Malaysia, you don't actually need such a statement. What I'm saying is, we always want to be early adopters. We always want to move ahead. What I'm saying is, if you want to do it, and you should do it, you strive to do it, then the exercise should start now. Rather than when something happens, number one, to the company, or number two, when government says you must do it. I keep saying, you know, when I started in 97, 98, people were saying, why talk about human rights? You will never go anywhere. And the human rights movement, since the modern human rights movement since 1945, is actually it's only about 70, 80 years. It's a very young movement, but yet it has garnered a lot of traction. So what I'm saying is that we see risks that are happening to companies, their reputation and their business disruptions. That's, I think, one reason, one driver to do it. The second driver is to anticipate what government is going to do. And of course, anticipate that other countries are going to expect that from your company. And thirdly, I think it's just the right thing to do. If you have not thought about it, if you have not analyzed it, and you have not felt the need to, it's because your operations are either so perfect that you don't have any issues of forced labor and other human rights issues. So today we're talking about forced labor only, but there's so many other human rights issues. Either your operations are so perfect, or that the problem has not, you know, come to bear until someone raises the issue. So I would want to be steps ahead, and I would want to make that kind of progress. Not saying that it needs to be done overnight, not saying that the commitment is going to be 100% translated. Even the best companies will never be able to do that because their operations are so large.
Mr. Edmund, there's a question in the chat box.
Oh yes, I think the implementation should be driven by government. But as you know, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, you have the government responsibility, but you also have the company responsibility. And what we are seeing around the world is that it may come, I don't want to sound alarmist, but it may come to a situation to say your company is not able to export to Europe until you have such a statement. You cannot export to Europe until you have done your due diligence. And you need to show your due diligence and audit findings. So when that happens, then you say, oh, sorry, okay, I cannot export to EU until I've done it, then I have to do it. And then you'll be scrambling for consultants or experts or your own team to try and do it. Right? So, well, it's chicken and egg. I would think that under the UNGP, the corporate pillar, companies actually have more eyesight, actually have more perspective on their own operations and can control and leverage on the suppliers that supply to them. So it's a two-fold thing. The JTK will only apply it if it is law. And as I said, government political will to apply it may be lacking at the moment. You know, the best initiatives have never come from government. I'm not talking of Malaysia, but around the world as well. The best initiatives have never come from government. It's always, I see the best, maybe I speak specifically about human rights. The best initiatives on human rights have always come from civil society groups, from activists, and from crazy people. Many years ago, people say, Edmund, you're crazy talking about human rights and law, talking about human rights and business, and trying to dream of bringing human rights to places that we never dream of bringing it before. But we see it around us today, and I'm happy that I've got to be able to share some of my thoughts and to meet all of you.
Thank you so much for answering the questions, Mr. Edmund.
Yeah, just to the last question, I've just read by Muhammad Hassan. So I think there are two issues. If your company is small, you may not use recruitment agencies. If your company is big, you may use recruitment agencies. So to answer your question, we are trying to develop a tool for self-assessment for SMEs. We're trying to publish in January, February for recruitment for the company, the SME, or the recruitment agency to do a self-assessment as to ethical and fair labor practices and recruitment practices, especially for foreign workers. So that is one aspect. So the recruitment. The second aspect is, of course, after you do the health checks and you do the recruitment checks, when they are in the country, the management normally will fall on human resources and on compliance, social compliance. So yes, I agree with you. There's this mismatch sometimes. It depends on how big the company is. Normally, if it's a big company, then there's going to be push and shove. As I mentioned, even the government themselves, push cases among each other. I think that's the reality. How can we stop labor exploitation by third-party outsourcing manpower supply companies in Malaysia? I've seen that few of the vendors are using a worker, those are the. Yeah. So I think that let's talk about, when we talk about supply chain and we talk about suppliers, it will include third-party outsourcing, human power, recruitment agencies. And I think the answer, some people have talked about a certification process. Some people have talked about, as I mentioned just now, for smaller companies, self-assessment kits. And if you have the self-assessment tool and kits, you then get them to do it themselves, send it to you. You then can do your own audit of them, or you can get an independent person or expert to do an audit of them. It's going to be the same whether you are a supplier for human power or you're a supplier for other goods. Human rights due diligence is going to apply for all these companies and suppliers. But as I said, I think we need to be ahead of the curve and be stepping up our game. With that, thank you very much. I will take my leave now. I have to go to court. I'm very glad to meet all of you and see all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edmund, and we hope you have a wonderful day. And I would like to invite Dr. Karma to do the closing. Thank you, Mr. Edmund. And thank you, Ms. Isni.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for participating in the third of very many more trainings to come. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the trainers today, Ms. Lazuli, Yanti, and also Mr. Edmund. Thank you so much for your very insightful sharing. Don't forget that this is not the last training. We have more trainings coming up, and the next training will be on on the 2nd of November. Sorry, 2nd of December. Let me just quickly share my screen. Can you see the screen? Savita, can you confirm?
Yes, Dr. Karma.
Okay, thanks a lot. So on the 2nd of December, we are inviting 2 speakers from the International Organization for Migration, IOM, Ms. Joanne Su, and also Mr. Karl Rafiq. And they will be speaking on forced labor and international labor migration, what you need to know. So the session, we come at 9:30, yeah? The session will start at 9:45 a.m. Until 12 p.m. So please come armed with your questions. We will have plenty of time for question and answer because the session ends slightly earlier. So it will not be as intensive as today, because today we wanted to relate everything to legislation, yeah, including the last one by Mr. Edmund regarding the supply chain. So today's session was, in our mind, we designed it so that we will look at legislation, ATIPSOM, and also action plans, yeah, especially the National Action Plan on Forced Labor. It was not very easy to coordinate all the speakers to come on the same day and also to allocate the timing. So we had to bring forward the training by 1 hour. And it's amazing that so many of you signed up and stayed until 12:30. So I thank you so much for that. And we also have another training this week. This is a very, very intensive week, but also all the trainings are free, and we are also giving out certificates to all participants for each training. And if you complete all the trainings, we have 17 altogether. If you complete all the trainings, then we will also give you an overall certificate of completion for the entire trainings. So please allow me to also share with you the next training on the 3rd. On the 3rd of December, that is Friday, we have our speaker from ILO, International Labour Organization, Ms. Jodelyn Mitra, who is the technical officer of the Malaysian chapter of ILO. And she will be speaking on ILO Convention of Decent Work and the 11 pillars of forced labor, specifically global action against forced labor. So just a little bit about Ms. Jodelyn Mitra. So she's currently the technical officer of ILO. And she has worked with ILO for the past 11 years. And she's very, very experienced in forced labor issues. And the entire session will be handled by ILO. So please come, because ILO, basically all the certification standards and labor standards benchmark is based on ILO conventions. So so this is actually the foundation of forced labor best practices in the industry. So I welcome all of you to come on Friday as well. The timing is from, let me just very quickly. So the timing is from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. So this is the shortest training, but Ms. Jodelyn will stay back for question and answer. So please feel free. And so not all trainings are very intensive. So we have spaced it out because of the availability of the speakers. So we cannot get all speakers on board at the same time. So I hope that, some are very intensive and some are light. And we really, really hope that all of you can join us. And I especially would like to also remind company representatives from the rubber glove manufacturing industry and also certification bodies to especially send your junior auditors, your internal auditors, and as well as any level of company, your staff, to attend our trainings, because this is an awareness raising training, and we really, really, we are aspiring. The very purpose of this project is to reach out to as many staff and auditors who work in the rubber glove manufacturing industry and also the oil palm industry. So please viral this to and also encourage your members to participate, and also junior auditors, internal and third-party auditors. So really thank you so much. So we have come to the end of our training session for today. I thank you very much for staying back until so late. And